Thank you, everyone, for joining us today on this dreary, rainy fall day. Delighted to see everyone. Some faces I haven't seen for a long, long time. Great that you're here. Uh, we've got a really jam-packed day, and I'm going to start us off. Kaiser, do we need any kind of acknowledgement for the online piece? Do we need to talk about recording or anything like that? Right, so people who are watching online, be aware we're recording. If you don't want to be recorded, well, deal with it. In however fashion that works for you. Let me begin with our land recognition statement. As we begin our work today, we acknowledge that we are located on the traditional and ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Dakota, Oji-Cree, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Red River Métis Nation. We commit ourselves to move forward in a spirit of reconciliation. I'm going to turn it over to Kaiser for his opening remarks, and then I'm going to come back in a couple of minutes and talk about the overall agenda for the day and some housekeeping things. But Kaiser?
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Very good morning. And it's a pleasure to have you under one roof in a single space, and which is often very difficult in post-COVID situation. And I do have a very lengthy 2 hours long speech, so just so that you are prepared mentally. Just an opening thing before I go into prepared speech is that we are extremely grateful to have you with us this morning. And in this project, actually, many of us are core members of this project, and it's quite long, almost 3.5 years now. So on behalf of the team, I do want to appreciate and express my gratitude. So with this, let's jump into my prepared speech. And I just wanted to highlight what we have done over these years and what we would like to do in the future as well. So once again, I would like to thank you for all of you joining us at this important moment, the conclusion of the extremism and radicalization to violence prevention in Manitoba. And this is the name of the project. And you shouldn't be confused with the folders because these are written Creek. Creek is the organization that I lead. So just to minimize the project cost, I had to use the folder. As I stand before you, we reflect not just on the achievements we celebrate today, but on the long journey that brought us here, a journey filled with hard work, collaboration, and shared vision to address the rising tides of hate, extremism, and division in our society. It is a time to honor our progress, yes, but also to recommit ourselves to the ongoing challenges that required sustained, coordinated action. This project is a part of a broader local response to global rise of extremism, which was evolved in the past decades. The conflicts we see unfolding in the Middle East, particularly in Gaza and Lebanon, and the devastating war in Ukraine have profound local ramifications. They are interconnected with domestic social dynamics and has twofold impacts. One, amplifying existing polarizations and grievances within our communities, and two, fueling anti-government extremism. Many of you in this room might already have experienced us versus them situation, and even communities that have historically lived in peace now face xenophobia, hate speech, and social fragmentation. Ladies and gentlemen, this tension is reflected in alarming statistics. According to Angus Reid Institute's latest survey, anti-Semitic hate crimes has increased substantially after the October 7th of 2023. As an adjunct professor, I have faced such hatred among my own students during the height of encampments in our campuses. Although not surprised, yet I was sad. And eventually I wrote a piece in the conversation titled "University Campuses Should Not Be the Center of Proxy Wars," primarily asking leadership to do more in their institutions. Quite unprecedented, this is the first time since the Vietnam War, universities in North America and their leadership faced a critical challenge in dealing with free speech versus homophobia among their students. Similarly, Islamophobia is on the rise, with anti-Muslim hate crimes surging, especially after October 7th last year. The numbers that Angus Reid survey, which is a legitimate big survey institution in Canada. These are their true reflections from 2022 to 23. These numbers actually are more than just figures. They represent lives disrupted, families harmed, and communities fractured by hate. This cannot be seen as just a matter of security. It is also about the social health of our communities. The rise of hate-fueled ideologies, including right-wing extremism and anti-government sentiment, illustrates that the problem is multifaceted. As many of you know, Winnipeg was the recruitment hub of the neo-Nazi group, the BASE, a transborder accelerationist group. Interestingly, we also stand today in a very critical juncture of our democracy when we are threatened by foreign interference from China and Russia. In June 2023, Canada alleged Indian interference of assassination of Sikh activists, and just 3 days ago, our CMP announced extortion and murder of Canadian citizens with possible support from Government of India. And that rekindled a division within Indian diaspora community. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me, these issues trouble our kids. And when they appear in our classrooms, they would like to discuss with you about this. Now let's talk a little bit about the role of educators in countering radicalization. At the heart of our project is the belief that education is one of the most effective tools in preventing radicalization to violence. In Manitoba's multicultural classrooms, educators do far more than teach curricula. They shape students' worldviews, offering frameworks for empathy, critical thinking, and intercultural understanding. However, they also operate on the front lines of societal tensions. Many young students, particularly newcomers, refugees, and second-generation immigrants, experience discrimination and exclusion, often at the hands of their peers. Such experiences can leave young minds vulnerable to extremist narratives that offer an illusion of belonging and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, educators, therefore, have an enormous responsibility. Their work goes beyond academic instruction. They cultivate environments of respect and inclusion. By nurturing empathy and curiosity, educators empower students to think critically about the world and question the allure of divisive ideologies. This is the essence of what Erim project has aimed to achieve. Over the past 3 years, we have collaborated with hundreds of educators, actually globally, and facilitated 32 consultative sessions and 30 workshops in Winnipeg. These sessions have focused on identifying early signs of radicalization, addressing racial tensions, and building inclusive classrooms and foster belonging. Our goal was not only to raise awareness, but to equip educators with the tools they need to act effectively. The workshops we offered provided concrete strategies for recognizing when students are at risk of being drawn into extremist ideologies and interventions to address risk early. What makes this initiative sustainable is the creation of a critical mass of teachers who now form a resilient network. These educators are not working in isolation. They're empowered to collaborate, share experiences, and support one another. The publication of a comprehensive toolkit, freely available in our website, further ensures that these practices will continue to grow and evolve. Now let me talk very briefly about technology and expanded outreach. Education alone cannot meet all the challenges we face. One of the key takeaways from this project has been the recognition that collaboration across sectors, including law enforcement, community organizations, and policymakers, is essential. And I'm very glad to share with you that we have members from the government agencies are with us today, sharing the same space with us. To facilitate such collaboration, we are pondering over developing a digital platform that will allow educators, community leaders, and law enforcement to exchange information in real time. We are also working on an app designed to identify extremist symbols, slogans, and markers that are often hidden in plain sight. With AI integration, our platform will serve as a valuable resource for educators and community workers alike, helping them intervene before harmful ideologies take root. Another crucial area of focus for the future is rural communities in Manitoba. Social isolation in these areas can make youth more susceptible to radicalization, as fewer opportunities for community engagement and belonging exist in that space. We plan to expand our workshops into these regions to ensure that no part of Manitoba is left behind in our efforts to create safe, inclusive environment for all. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not enough to respond to individual acts of hate or extremism. We need to address these structural conditions that allow these ideologies to flourish. This is where the concept of the rules of law becomes indispensable. A society governed by just and equitable laws provides the foundation for addressing grievances without resorting to violence. It ensures that all individuals, regardless of background, feel heard, protected, and valued. When young people see that disputes can be resolved through legal and peaceful means, they are less likely to be drawn toward radical ideologies that promise justice through violence. The rule of law promotes accountability, transparency, and trust, elements that are crucial in countering extremism. It fosters an environment where dialogue rather than division becomes the norm. This principle aligns perfectly with the work we have undertaken through Erim so far. By embedding values of justice, fairness, and accountability in our education system, we create conditions that are inhospitable to extremism. By adopting such a concept, we'll avoid mistakes that Britain, France, and USA did in the past 2 decades in dealing with domestic extremism in their respective countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey must not end here today or this year. While this project has achieved significant milestone, it is only the beginning. We are committed to ensuring that the momentum we have built continues. We'll work with policymakers, educators, and community leaders to embed the lessons learned from Erim project into institutional frameworks. We envision a future where every educator feels supported, every student feels valued, and every community stands resilient against the forces of hate and division. Cross-border collaboration is essential, as extremism knows no national boundaries. Our collaboration with organizations such as Western State Center, the Organization for the Prevention of Violence, and the organization founded by Jacinda Ardern, former New Zealand Prime Minister, CCAN, Christchurch Call for Action Network, will be pivotal in this effort. We have achieved the consultative status with CCAN, which has become a foundation now. We are currently working toward building a bridge partnership with Manitoba Teachers Society and the Manitoba Social Science Teachers Association, to whom we must express our extreme gratitude for their ongoing support, and they are also present here with us this morning. Together, we have created a network of individuals and organizations committed to preventing extremism. We are confident that the relationships we have built through this project will continue to drive positive change and strengthen our ability to protect our communities. In addition to these efforts, I'm also proud to mention that the Erim project contributed humbly to a documentary titled Pain and Peace, which was screened in Winnipeg on September 19th at the University of Winnipeg, which was supported by Rotary Peace Days. This powerful documentary explores the Canadian landscape of hate and extremism, showcasing a real experience of those affected across the country and highlighting the efforts of individuals and organizations working to counter these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the individuals who have made this project possible. Public Safety Canada has been a steadfast supporter, believing in our vision from the beginning. Member of Parliament Anthony Housefather has shown unwavering leadership in combating hate and extremism, while Amira Al-Gaubi, Special Representative of Islamophobia, her advocacy for community engagement has inspired us all. The local MP, Terry Duguid, could not be with us today in person, but he sent his video message, and his continued support reflects his deep commitments to democratic resilience, and his office sent us a letter of support for this project too. We are also honored to have guests from Western State Center, Civics, and the Organization for the Prevention of Violence here with us this morning. Your expertise and insights will enrich our discussions today, and your presence today underscores the importance of cross-border collaboration in addressing the global nature of extremism. I would also like to thank Mr. Brad Kubicek of Public Safety Canada, who persistently invited me to Mega Weeks through which I was able to connect people and organization in this project. Don't be overwhelmed with the name, Mega Week. It's 5 days event. He's always an email away, and I also take this opportunity to thank his team for the support, and we are very happy to have the Executive Director, Robert Burley, with us, who will join very shortly from Ottawa. Finally, I leave you with the thought from Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. I quote, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves," unquote. In a world marked by uncertainty and divisions, we are called not only to adapt, but to lead. Through education, collaboration, and a steadfast commitment to the rule of law, we are changing ourselves, and doing so, we are reshaping our communities. I'd also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of Linda, our project coordinator in this project, without who I don't know if this project would have implemented at all. Thank you very much. As a retired teacher, she has an indomitable spirit continuing her work in this area and at the same time accommodating a host of unreasonable demands from me. As we conclude the Erim project, I thank each of you for your dedication to this important work. Together, we have taken meaningful steps toward building a safer, more inclusive society. But there is more to be done. Let us continue this journey guided by the principle of justice and compassion, determined to make Manitoba a place where everyone, regardless of race, religion, or background, can live without fear and hate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kauser. I'm sure you get a sense from that man how broad his knowledge is and his incredible expertise. Truly a global expert that he acknowledged my presence. I'm just an organizer. He was truly the brains behind this project. And as I move into the description of the day, if you've looked at the agenda, you see it's very robust, and Kauser's done a remarkable job of drawing together both this online community who's joined us from afar, and some of whom will be speaking to us, and experts here with us today from abroad, and a great group of people who are going to contribute to a very busy day. So I want to start by asking your indulgence and patience, because we're relying on technicalities today, technical support, and some things may be delayed. So just bear with us. I'm going to ask, rather than be introducing each speaker with their full biographies, we've included them in the books, so you can take a look at that. We're going to take a break just before 10, and we'll have a lunch break at around noon and another break this afternoon. If you need to get up and get coffee at any time, please feel free. The washrooms are just to the left down the hallway. Suffering is optional. I hope you enjoy the day, and we're ready to turn it over to Mr. Robert Burley, who's the Director of Public Safety Canada. Are you with us, Robert? Hi. Welcome.
I'm with you. Can you hear?
Robert, thank you.
Thank you. And listen, I hope it's worth the wait. I'm not sure. But yes, indeed. My name's Rob Burley. I'm the head of the Canada Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence, based out of Public Safety Canada in the federal government here in Ottawa. And indeed, we are the ones who gave Kauser, Dr. Ahmad, and the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute of Canada the whack of money that helped set up this program. It's super to see you again, Kauser. Thank you for coming out to our Mega Week conference last May in Montreal. I'm delighted that your next speaker is Dr. Cécile Rousseau from the McGill University, who helped us organize that conference on countering radicalization to violence. We're very proud to have supported this project. It was funded through the Community Resilience Fund that is the Canada Centre's grants program. Just a little bit of background about the Canada Centre. We were set up 6 years ago by the federal government to bring together policy, research, and funding to help build across Canada the expertise, collaboration, and capacity that we need in what is still a very new field of preventing violent extremism. The Canada Centre developed a national strategy on countering radicalization to violence, and it's through that strategy and our funding program that we've been able to support your organization to develop the Erim project. And we're proud partners with you. Particularly proud because, as we all know, and as you're going to hear more of today, the threat of violent extremism has been evolving rapidly in Canada and in many other countries. Growing disinformation, extremism online, an increased acceptance of threatening behavior. These are all risks for our social cohesion across our country, our democratic institutions, and frankly, for our safety. Public safety, as well as the RCMP and CSIS, our intelligence service, we're particularly concerned about rising radicalization among Canadian youth. In the last 12 months alone, 8 youth have been arrested in different cities in Canada for terrorism-related offenses, as young as 13 years old. What's happening online is complicating this. It's amplifying this harmful content and behavior. And you'll hear more of that from Dr. Rousseau in just a minute. She's been a superb partner for the Canada Centre as well, not just helping us organize our conference in May, but as a member of our National Experts Committee on Countering Radicalization to Violence, which provides advice to public safety and our minister on how to address these issues. Within that context of growing threat, the Erim project sits at the intersection of the needs and the challenges. You've undertaken critical work, increasing resources and training for frontline practitioners, educators, and empowering these professionals to tackle behavior at the earliest stages. We know that we need to engage even more with community level organizations and networks, including those that don't traditionally work on these issues. Including social workers, educators, other frontline professionals. The Canada Centre, we're seeing a need to support even more work across in Manitoba and across the prairies. In Manitoba itself, we also support Aurora Family Therapy, who have a project that supports counter-radicalization efforts by ethno-cultural networks, or the Screen Project, working with at-risk Muslim youth in Winnipeg. And as Kauser mentioned, we work not just within Canada, but internationally. And we were delighted when Kauser and the CRRIC joined the Christchurch Call Advisory Network earlier this year, joining more than 80 civil society organizations globally to advance what we're seeing online following the horrific attack in New Zealand 5 years ago. To close, I'll simply say again that equipping educators with the knowledge and skills to address extremist ideas before they evolve is critical from our perspective. We're so pleased to have seen this project come to fruition. We look forward to hearing more from you, Dr. Ahmed, and your team about what you've accomplished. Thank you for being such good partners for us at Public Safety Canada and the Canada Centre. Have a very good day.
Thank you for that really gratifying message, Robert, and for the support. We turn now to Dr. Cecile Rousseau, who's going to join us from Montreal. I hope you've had a chance to see her biography. It's very impressive. Are you with us, Dr. Rousseau? Let me give you some background on the Erim project. This started 4 years ago when Kauser and I met quite serendipitously at a SAGE conference for social studies. Long story short, we decided there was work to be done in Manitoba. And we applied for the grant. Public Safety Canada supported us, and we ended up pulling together a model for development that I followed when I was a Department of Education consultant in social studies. We pulled together a teacher development team, some of whom are here today, and a community advisory team, representatives from the principals organization, superintendents, parents groups, community groups, the RCMP represent here today, Winnipeg Police, a whole variety of people over a 3-year period created the document that many of you picked up today. Which was intended as a resource for teachers. And the really interesting thing about that document is that when we got started, we had no idea where things were going to go. I remember Dr. Lloyd Cornelsons, who's with us today from the teacher development team, just recently talked about how he was fearful at the beginning of this project because we had no idea how to solve this problem of racism and anti-Semitism and anti-Islamophobia. And classroom teachers are not prepared to deal with this. I have a lot of experience in my background as a teacher, and we had no idea where to go. And there are no solutions. There are no rubber bands to wrap around a bad package of things to make it stick together. There are no easy answers. And after a period of about, I want to say 2.5 years of online conversations, this was all during COVID, we came to the conclusion that the way to stop racism and all of the other things that go on that are so dreadful is to begin with good pedagogy, to make people feel like children, students, even young adults, to make them feel like they belong and that they're welcome. And it took a long time to get there, and to realize that it starts in preschool. And then when you can have children who feel like they are actually part of a community, that they have friends and they have people they can rely upon, those kids are not then marginalized and put out to the background, to the boundaries, and they feel like they can connect with someone. Those who don't reach that, as early as grade 3, 4, 5, begin to seek that in places that are really alarming, often online, and be aware that there are people, very savvy people, who know this and who will find their way to those children, to those young people, in the most surreptitious ways that you could never even imagine. And I know, Adrian, you'll be talking about this in more detail, won't you?
Okay, so as I said, I work for the OPV. So what do? Our mandate covers violence motivated by ideologies, conspiracies, hate, and grievances. So this can, in some cases, lead to violent fixations on minority communities, authority figures, geopolitical events, schools, and workplaces. So the main thing that some of you in the room may know us for is our psychosocial services. So we have a team of social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, people with lived experience. So these are former extremists who provide mentorship. And we provide psychosocial services to individuals and families involved in violent extremism. So this can come from many different sources. Sometimes the police, the courts, or probation will mandate somebody to come to our program as they transition back into society, or to prevent them from having to go to prison. But in a lot of cases, what happens is we get worried parents, worried sisters, brothers, moms, dads, and even school teachers who contact us and say, hey, I uncovered my son's search history and it seems like he's a neo-Nazi. Can you help? So we get referrals from many, many different sources. And we're looking, of course, to expand our referrals in the education system because, as you all know, this problem you're seeing on the front lines. So if we can be a resource for you all as a referral source, that would be awesome. We also publish evidence-driven research, practitioner-oriented research. So that's the team that I'm on. I'm the researcher. And we also have training and awareness for things like law enforcement, probation, and the courts on violent extremism. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Evolve, and we can be a little bit confusing sometimes. So the overarching organization is called the Organization for the Prevention of Violence, but our intervention team, so our social workers, psychologists, that's called the Evolve team. And we too, like this project, are funded by Public Safety Canada. We got a whack of money to do this project. I just had to take it. And so in 2019, when we received this whack of money, we piloted our intervention program in Edmonton. And from 2020 to 2023, we expanded our program services throughout Alberta. And from 2023, so last year until 2028, 5 years, we are expanding our intervention services into Manitoba and Saskatchewan. So in the past, we did receive referrals from these provinces as well as other provinces like Ontario, but our mandate was really in Alberta. Now we can provide services to individuals and families involved in violent extremism across the prairies. So just to give you a little bit of background on our caseload here. So if you aren't familiar with the Government of Canada's categories, they break it down by IMVE, ideologically motivated violent extremism, which can cover things like the far right, the far left, anti-government extremism, incels, misogynist extremism, things like that. RMVE is religiously motivated, so this can include a lot of things, but most of the time people think of jihadists. There's also the other category. So that can be things that are not easily classified, like violent conspiracists, or people that have really mixed beliefs or grievances that don't really appear to fit into one of the boxes of categories. And as you can see, when we started our program in 2019, most of our caseload was RMVE. So these were individuals that were looking to join ISIS or who had come back from joining ISIS. That has expanded over the years. But really what's exploded is the IMVE, so ideologically motivated. A lot of it is xenophobic extremism, so people involved in neo-Nazism, white nationalism, things like that. But we've also had an expansion, albeit much smaller, in the other categories, so things like conspiracies, QAnon, people that are really infatuated by Andrew Tate, for example, and it doesn't really cross the threshold into that violent extremist, misogynist category, but they still hold these grievances. So that's kind of how our caseload has expanded over the years, and we're anticipating a similar expansion as we expand our services in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. So the official name for our expansion into the rest of the Prairie provinces is called the Prairie Region Targeted Violence Prevention Program. We call it PRTVP for short. And in 2 waves. So the first wave is research. So this fall, we're going to have a really big report, think like 100 pages or so, that's going to come out, and it's going to be a map, not a map, the physical map, but a mapping exercise of violent extremism and hate across the prairies. So that includes Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta between the period of 2019 and 2024. So if you're wondering to know what does extremism look like in the provinces right now, how has it changed over these last 5 years, that's a great place to start. And yeah, so shameless plug. It's launching this fall. And of course, we're expanding our services. And I'll put a slide up at the end with our contact information if, for example, you would like to know more about our program or know more about our referral services. So for the research portion, which is mostly what I'm going to be discussing here, specifically on anti-government extremism, we got our sources in many different ways. So we did an open source media scan, looking for any and all events related to hate and violent extremism across the prairies. We did 22 semi-structured interviews with experts in law enforcement and national security officials across the prairie provinces. We visited and quote unquote lived in the social media ecosystems of extremists online. So things like Telegram, what you can think of Terrorgram. So these are the neo-Nazis on Telegram. And we also consulted Gray and academic literature in order to make it robust and empirically driven. So as you can see, specifically for Manitoba here, there were some media articles related to IMVE, but a lot of it was really related to hate. So I'm just going to go in a little bit of background of what we mean by anti-government extremism, and I'm going to call it AGE just to be a little bit shorter. So AGE refers to a range of beliefs, ideologies, and conspiracies that reject the legitimacy of the government or other similar institutions. It can also be law enforcement, educational institutions, things like that, and may seek to remove themselves from, undermine, or in some cases overthrow that authority. It really depends on what their ideology is and how they want to carry out the solution to that problem. So adherents may believe in one or all of the following things. The government is illegitimate or illegal. The legitimate government has in some way been infiltrated by evil forces. We saw this a lot in conspiracies like QAnon. Individual obligations to the government are illegal. So people who are deep in anti-government conspiracies will often stop paying their taxes or utility bills. They'll stop registering their car, and that can lead with confrontations with the state, which can be especially dangerous. Government authorities, including the police, have no legal authority over the individual. This makes things like traffic stops really dangerous for police. And the government is trying to brainwash, manipulate, or exploit the ordinary person to advance a secret plan or conspiracies. So what does it look like in practice? We talked about things like stopping paying taxes and things like that. But AGE is really an amorphous thing. It can range from somebody who just doesn't like to pay their taxes all the way up to somebody who wants to remove themselves completely from the government and create their own independent society. It really depends on the ideology that they believe in. AGE also manifests in a lot of different forms. So you can think of things like mass demonstrations and protests, but then you also have small cells. But most of the time, AGE results in individuals doing their own thing. So they'll consult with online sources, and I use the word source very loosely, but most of the time they're on their own. There's also a really big role of conspiracies, and a lot of conspiracies tend to have a very harsh anti-Semitic component. So conspiracies like the Great Replacement or the Great Reset are very popular among AGE actors. And what's interesting about the modern day AGE actor is that most actually don't resort to violence. A lot of them just want to be left alone and not bothered by the government. Of course, this can be problematic when they get confronted by police for not having their vehicle registered. That's where violence can happen, but most of the time they're not plotting to overthrow the government. That's different in different national situations. So if you think of the Reichsbürger in Germany, they were actively plotting and attempted to overthrow the government. And when AGE actors do resort to violence, they often target figures of authority. So public health figures across Canada during COVID were a popular target of AGE actors, but they also like to target law enforcement and other types of figures of authority. So I'm going to go over this quite briefly because I don't know how relevant it is for us, but it's interesting to see how it's morphed over time. So there are considered to be waves, so to speak, of anti-government extremism. So it started in the late 19th century with the anarchist movement. So there were a lot of assassinations, bombings, things like that. And it was based on the fundamental rejection of the state as a whole. Then we moved into the anti-colonialism wave. So this was between the 1920s and 1960s, brought on by a lot of the anti-colonial movements in the developing world. Then we had the New Left. So this was anti-Western, anti-imperialist, and pro-communist movements, generally in response to the Vietnam War. And finally, we have the militia influence. So this was the wave that occurred previous to the current wave we're in. The militia movement was brought on by things like Posse Comitatus in the US or other breakaway communities. Sovereign citizens are kind of a manifestation of this. They don't usually organize themselves as militias, but they do have similar beliefs. So in Canada specifically, a lot of our AGE is influenced from the US. So things like sovereign citizens. So Early on in the 90s, 80s, 90s, and very, very early 2000s, we had the detaxers. So these were individuals that were very keenly focused on taxes. They did not believe that the government was spending taxes in a legitimate way, and therefore they did not have to pay them. This can seem like a very common belief, but it actually resulted in several acts of violence. One particular detaxer tracked down I think it was a Crown prosecutor or something, and killed him and his wife in their home. And he had a kill list of other people that he was going to do the same to. So it can actually result in real world violence. Then we had the sovereign citizens and freemen on the land. I put them in one kind of bullet point here because they have similar beliefs. Sovereign citizens are more of the American manifestation of pseudo-legal, like anti-constitutional stuff, whereas freemen on the land are the Canadian manifestation and more of the, I would say, Canadian, British, and Australian manifestation. So they believe in things like pseudo-law, which is an interesting interpretation of the law. They try to use their own legal documents to get out of things like paying taxes and registering their vehicles. It doesn't work in court. There were a couple court cases in 2012 and 2013 out of Alberta that effectively put that to an end. Then we had conspiracists right before the pandemic. So QAnon, things like Great Replacement Conspiracy, Great Reset, and of course the Protocols of Elder Zion. This is anti-Semitic conspiracy that basically says Jews have a secret plan to take over the world. And this moved into the anti-lockdown, anti-vaccine, and militia movements, which is kind of a combination of what we're seeing today. So what are the findings from our research on AGE specifically? The first finding is that traditional AGE still exists, so things like freemen on the land, but it has expanded and shifted in recent years. AGE has become increasingly less overtly violent, but the narratives are also a lot more popular among a lot more people. So you'll get an everyday person spouting out AGE narratives that would have never been introduced to it in the first place. Finding two is that the focus has shifted more heavily to individual resistance. There was always an element of individualness, especially with the freemen, but it's really, really shifted to the individual struggle against the state. AGE has also been increasingly co-opted by the far right. Part of this had to do with the merging during protest movements during COVID, but it also has to do with the increasingly online nature of these groups. Far right actors, we can think of things like Diagolon, are increasingly popular in terms of their narratives with AGE actors. Finding four is that law enforcement officials, public officials, and other institutions of authority, including educational institutions, have received increasing number of threats from AGE actors. So these can be things as ridiculous as getting a cease and desist order, all the way up to threats of death, stalking, and attempted assassination. And finding five is that AGE actors present with a wide variety of grievances, ideologies, and conspiracies. This was always true, but what we see now is more of a quote unquote salad bar of extremism. So people will pick and choose different beliefs that resonate with them and create this conglomerate, messy belief system that is in some ways contradictory to other beliefs that they hold. So I'm going to go into a couple examples here. These are from Telegram channels that the research team has been in for a couple of months now. So the shift in anti-authority extremism to a more broad, popular movement has been happening for a long time. So this is specifically from the Telegram account of Romana Didelot, our Queen of Canada, if you've ever heard of her. She's currently based in Saskatchewan still, and she blends things like QAnon with traditional Freeman tropes, like common theory, and the belief that people are not obligated to pay taxes or register their vehicles. But she also blends this with xenophobic narratives. So she has made calls for some of her followers to kill migrants as they're crossing the border into Canada. And people have responded with resounding excitement about that opportunity. So in these quotes here, I filed taxes for 0 years since 2002. People will willingly admit that they're committing tax fraud and other things on her Telegram account. If her Telegram account is public, by the way, so if you're ever interested and bored, it's very interesting to read. The second is the commingling of the far right and AGEs. So this man on to your left. Your left here is Dean Clifford. He was probably one of the most well-known freemen back in the day. He got in trouble with the law, spent some time in jail, and now he's out and commingling with Diagolon. I'm not sure what they're doing together, but they're doing a couple podcasts. And you also have on the image on the right, which is an active club from Quebec, and they're also commingling with Diagolon. So you've got a lot of crossover between xenophobic and anti-government sentiments going on. And this is perhaps most relevant here, which is that children often inherit their parents' ideological battles. So the thing with AGE is that people who believe anti-government extremist narratives tend to be a little bit older. They tend to be in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, although this is changing a little bit. So most likely someone who's really into anti-government extremism is going to be a parent that, an educator would come across. And these are some screenshots that I pulled from a popular Canadian AGE account. The account has a Telegram account. They've got about 11,000 followers or so that's pretty decently sized. A big movement in AGE narratives is the push to homeschool kids. And it's specifically because they believe educators and teachers are indoctrinating their children with government narratives. And this can be anything from anti-Semitic narratives to anti-LGBTQ narratives. So the top left image is from two different posts. The post on the top is someone who is apparently in a battle with CPS, Child Protective Services, and they're looking for legal advice from this Telegram account on how to deal with CPS. The post below that, directly below that, is looking for advice on how to get past the requirement to have an ID for a child who's being homeschooled. That's another popular thing among AGE actors. They don't want birth certificates for their children, and they won't register them with any kind of ID. And the image on the right, coincidence or a sign, I was doing research for this presentation and this came up and was actually really scary. So this is a 3-minute long video that was posted in this Telegram account. And it's touted as something that parents can homeschool their kids on. And as you can see, it's just a screenshot from the video. It's talking about 3 different wars, adding all the numbers of the dates up together. And it's, the way they present it is, what's 7 plus 28 or 7 minus 28. So they're trying to create like a little math out of it. And, this is great for homeschooling. But the message is that people are pulling the strings and these conflicts are part of an anti-Semitic conspiracy. So these are the kind of things that AGE parents like to teach their kids when they homeschool them. So how much of a problem is online VE content? So if AGE actors tend to be a little bit older, what are the kids looking at? So we did a survey at OPV back in 2020 and 2021, so it's a little bit dated at this point, of nearly 900 youth in Edmonton. And the vast majority of them said that it actually is a problem online. So we surveyed people on TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, Discord, a couple other things. and said, have you encountered violent extremist or hate content online? And the overwhelming majority, as you can see from these graphs here, is that yes, they've encountered it. The problem is that a lot of the platforms that they use, they say when they report it, don't do anything about it. So that's the problem. So even if kids aren't introduced to AGE narratives by their parents, they might come across it online. So what role can AGE educators play? So this is based on the things that AGE actors do. The first is, I think, pretty obvious, and I looked at the toolkit here and it's in there, so I'm on the right path, which is to promote critical thinking. But specifically with AGE narratives, the narratives encourage individuals to, quote unquote, do their own research and challenge prevailing societal narratives. But the critical thing here is that kids shouldn't only question the prevailing societal narrative, they should be trained in how to question the counter narrative. Because if they're being told that, no, everybody believes this, it's critical thinking if you believe something that is counter to that, okay, well, they also need to question that counter narrative. Creating a safe space for kids who might feel judged or dismissed at home is really, really important. Also in the toolkit I saw. And engaging with parents. So AGE actors, as I said, tend to be a little bit older, and AGE narratives encourage people to be suspicious and critical of any figures of authority, including educators, or maybe especially educators. So by maintaining open lines of dialogue and building trust, showing empathy, and encouraging them to participate in schools, the hope is that they can come to see that, okay, maybe this is not a conspiracy. Maybe it's just me. And when somebody is already radicalized, so they're already deep in the beliefs, it's almost never helpful to directly challenge what they believe. In some cases, it can actually be counterproductive. What's more helpful, at least in our own work, is to address the other things that might be lacking in their life. So maybe they're having a mental health crisis. Maybe they can't afford groceries and they're blaming the government because of those things. If you address the social factors, the psychosocial factors that are in their life, that often helps them move away from these narratives. And obviously provide resources and collaborate with support services where necessary. So OPV is an expanding resource that educators can collaborate with in the province. But of course, there are toolkits developed here. There's also toolkits developed by CP and Prev as well, specifically for educators on different kinds of topics. So thank you, everyone. This is all the information that you can use if you want to take a photo of it. If you have referrals, questions, anything like that, feel free to reach out to myself or to Evolve. Thank you. Here, yes, hi.
I'm curious if you consider some of the groups in the city that are trying to address the increase in the police budget, where they fit into this framework. So there's different groups. Police Do Harms is, calling for less funding to police and more funding into psychosocial services and community development kind of things. So I'm curious about that.
Sorry, I don't quite understand.
There's groups probably in every city. Winnipeg has that, I think, 25%. Oh, about 25% of the budget in Winnipeg's city budget goes to fund police. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of groups that are organizing to counter increases in police budget in favor of shifting that money into community services and psychosocial services. Yeah. So I guess I'm a little curious of how that kind of group fits into this framework.
Yeah, so if as far as if they're anti-government extremists, I would say no. But the thing is that obviously we as an organization that provides psychosocial services, we believe that that needs to be expanded in general. But law enforcement are also a critical component of this that can't be done away. So when you get individuals that are really hardcore AGE actors, they will stockpile weapons. They'll stockpile explosives, things like that. By the time they're at that point, it can be very, very difficult to bring them out with psychosocial services. So there needs to be a combination of law enforcement and psychosocial services working together in tandem in order to address the issue. Yeah, I think that's probably my answer. Thank you.
Actually, I have a question.
Okay.
What do you think is the biggest lesson you personally learned through the work in your project? What shifted in your mind the way the world works, the way kids work?
So I can't necessarily say about what shifted with kids specifically because our work is not 100% focused on children. They're part of the equation because they're often, so I think the biggest takeaway that I've learned is that we can't look at extremism as group-based anymore. There are a lot of, if you think back in the past, things like the Ku Klux Klan, things like that, there was affiliation and organization membership with these things. Nowadays, you don't need to be an extremist, a violent extremist and be in a group. You can have your own mishmash of ideas, put it together and act on your own. And this can be especially dangerous for kids, right? So if you have a minor who can't go out all the time on their own, they can't go to quote unquote group meetings or meetups and things like that, they don't need to. They can radicalize themselves at home, online, in the comfort of their own rooms. You don't need to have that face-to-face interaction anymore. And that kind of expands the societal need to spot the signs early and address it as best we can with a combination of proper psychosocial supports, education, and compassion to children that might be experiencing this.
Hi, I'm just curious, I come from a correctional background, so I've worked in a jail for a long time. But is there, does your organization, is there an ability to work with inmates? If a correctional center referred, because I just remember encountering youth with Nazi visions and the ideologies that you're talking about.
Yeah, so our intervention team does not currently go into prisons or jails or anything like that. We are, as an organization, talking about that possibility in the future because we know that, as you've experienced, that is where you get a lot of individuals that are actually deep in these ideologies. What we do work with is when people are coming out of prison, probation can mandate them to come see us as part of their exit into society. So we do, that is one of our referral paths is probation, the courts, law enforcement. Those referral paths are definitely what we work with, but we, in the future, as I said, we would like to start doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. It was really informative. And thank you for being the hero to step in, not from the schedule. You may have seen me writing furiously during that time, rearranging the schedule. And I want to say that it's radically, and I don't mean that in the extremist sense, it's radically revised for the day. It looks like we will have the presentation at 11:30 from Anthony Housefeather. We're going to take a short break in a moment, but before that, Dana has agreed to do her presentation between now and our 11:30 time with Anthony. And then Adrian, we've shifted you to the afternoon. I don't know, we're going to have Amira Galaba is going to be there at 12:45. So I'll give you the afternoon details in the afternoon. But for the next, say 10 or 15 minutes, we're going to take a short break, grab a coffee, stretch your legs, and by the time you come back, thank you. Thanks for coming back. Not just back on time. I'd like to introduce Dana Kortnerianu, who it comes to us from Montreal, the director of civics, the francophone aspect of civics, which I think a really exciting organization doing really important things for young people. And I've asked Dana to make the connection between civics and radicalism and extremism, which I think is how you're going to start off. We're going to sorry, let me, before we move to that, we have confirmed that we do have our 11:30 Anthony Hausfurther presentation should be working, as will our 12:45 presentation and our 1:15. I think we have a few of them that are looking good. So a very adapted program. So we're going to take this till about just before 11:30. Then we're going to have a Zoom from Anthony Hausfeather MP. Then we'll take our lunch break until about 12:45. But be prepared to be flexible again. Thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to Dana. Looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Linda. And good job on pronouncing my name. So I'm Dana, and I'm here representing Civics. So Civics, we're a nonprofit organization. We do civic education for under 18-year-old students. We work with teachers primarily. So Linda was asking, what is the connection? Why am I here today to talk to you? Teachers, as you may know, whether they want to or not, have to deal with a lot of the issues surrounding extremism, polarization, because they are brought into their classrooms. So whether they want to engage those type of conversations or not, students come already with questions and ideas and opinions that they must deal with. So I'm here today actually not to talk so much about our work, civics, but more to tell you about a survey, about a study we did last October actually. But if you don't know us, so we have a number of programs that help young people, students, again, usually under 18, develop the skills they need to be well-informed and active citizens and members of society. And our most known program is Student Vote. So that's a parallel election program we do during election seasons. The biggest program we've had so far was during the federal elections of 2019, where we had over 1 million students vote, like actually vote in their schools. So yeah, that's usually what we're known for. So like I said, last October, we did the survey with, I forgot to mention, with the help of Shift BC. And we surveyed teachers, 828 to be exact, across Canada, and looking at teachers that were active. So I'm not talking about educators, professionals in the education field, really active teachers, so in the classroom, teaching grades 6 to 12, both Francophone and Anglophone. And we wanted to get a sense of what is happening in the classroom. So how is extremism, radicalization, how are conspiracy theories coming about, how are they being dealt with, and what kind of support or knowledge do teachers have to deal with these issues? So just a little bit about our demographics. The teachers were mainly identified as women and Anglophone, which might be representative of teachers across Canada, actually. Their teaching experience, as you can see, I don't know if you can see over there, but they were, generally speaking, teachers who've had a lot of experience, over 15 years, according to the graph. So just keep in mind, these are generally experienced teachers, and this is more or less a symptom of our network of teachers who tend to be more experienced. Divided among primary, middle school, and secondary schools. Different provinces divide these levels differently, so just keep in mind that they're grades 6 to 12. All right, so the first part of the survey looked at the general concerns that teachers have in regards to extremism and polarization and so on. So first of all, how concerned are teachers about extremism and conspiracy theories? For both of these issues, the average is quite the same. So I think we're talking about 53% said they were either concerned or very concerned. It's a little over half. And I want to also point out how we define extremism to the teachers, because that is also very important. We actually use the Institute for Strategic Dialogues definition, meaning that we define extremism as a ideology, choosing to have a political social change based on an ideology that favors a dominant in-group versus a out-group. And we wanted to define it as an in-group, out-group kind of relationship, rather than defining extremism as something that is outside the norm or outside the mainstream, because what do we mean by mainstream or normal is very subjective, and it would have led to a lot of confusion among the teachers. So to avoid that, we really divided in this relationship between in-group and out-group relationships. All right. In terms of the spread of misogyny, it's a little higher. So we have, again, I don't know if you can see the numbers. I can barely see them myself. So we have 18% that are very concerned and 38% that are concerned. So that's considerable. And polarization is even higher. 19% very concerned, 47% are concerned about that in their classroom. And just something about polarization. Again, what do we mean by polarization? Because it takes different forms. And I think we usually imagine it as like on a pole, like two ends of a pole getting further apart from each other. But in the case of the classroom and the teacher's experience, it seemed to be more like a minority of students kind of pulling the pole in one direction, while the majority of students stayed where they were. Yeah. Which of these statements best represents how you experience polarization in your classroom? So this is where teachers were like, well, it's driven by a small number of students. So it's really not like all the students are participating in this. It's a minority. And more concerns for you. How concerned are you about extremism or polarization leading to physical violence? So here it's about a third of teachers, a non-negligible amount, who said they were concerned. And I'm going to come back to this because there's something interesting there as well among the younger and older students. And then another concern is the parental backlash. So I think Michelle talked about the importance of having this relationship with parents. In terms of what we saw in the classrooms, parental backlash is a very big concern for teachers. And I'm going to show you some quotes, because in our survey, in our study, we not only asked them questions of, are you concerned, not concerned, yes, no, maybe. We also left some open boxes where teachers were able to give us some feedback, so share some of their experiences, and that really helped give some texture to some of these numbers I'm presenting here. So I'm going to read you some. Students are being directed by parents to take pictures, video recordings of teachers in their classroom during instructional time. Parents are looking to get teachers who have pride flags or who have posters on diversity. So that's from the parents. Since the pandemic, students are openly talking about anti-Semitism, Nazi idealization, misogynistic figures like Andrew Tate have created a wholly unwelcoming environment for many students in class. So that's the students. And a last quote about something that came up, this is not a majority, but it came up often enough that we thought it was important to include here. The extremism largely seems to come from the left rather than the right. Labels and derogatory slurs from progressive students about those with more traditional or conservative views, and somehow this is perceived as okay. So yeah, a number of teachers, again, not the majority, but enough have said that students felt unwelcomed and definitely were facing backlash when they had more conservative or right-wing views. So just to show you the kind of atmosphere. Yeah.
For those who don't know, could you explain who Andrew Tate is?
Oh yeah, but I'll come back to him. So don't worry. Well, you should worry, but don't worry. Okay, so here is more numbers for you. And just I wanted to point out, among the many concerns that teachers have, extremism, conspiracy theories, misogyny, polarization, violence, and parents, I want to show you just the breakdown of the different age groups. So you can see, if you can see, that as students get older, the concern of teachers gets higher, generally speaking, for all of these issues, except for violence. For violence, it stays relatively similar. So 32% for elementary students. So 32% of teachers are concerned of violence for elementary students, and it only goes up to 36%. So, interpret that as you will. Okay, and lastly, have you been concerned about or witnessed a colleague, a teacher, or an administrator in your school either promote or share extremist beliefs or conspiracy theories? That's like almost a third of teachers said yes. And I know there is a level of bias and interpretation in what we consider extremism or even conspirational thinking, but it shows at least that there is this environment where teachers don't feel supported or don't feel like they can talk to their colleagues because their views are just so different than theirs. So, all right. So I still have some time. Yes. So the next part of the survey looked at the classroom behavior and the general climate in the class. So, okay. Oh, this came out weird, but I'm going to read you some numbers. So 51% of teachers said that the climate in their school has gotten worse. And when we say worse, I mean worse in the last, I think, 2 to 3 years. So this was the question. In the last 2 to 3 years, has the general climate gone worse? So yeah, over half of them said yes. 75% of teachers said that discussing politics and controversial issues has become more difficult. 25% of them said much more difficult. And then we looked at different dispositions that students should have. We all should have to be able to have a constructive dialogue about politics, social issues, or any controversial topic. So something like empathy, open-mindedness. How are students doing with that? Well, not good. So 50% said that their students have become less empathetic. And 47% said that their students were less open or 7% said much less open to changing their minds on political issues. And 58% said that their students are more likely or much more likely to ignore facts that contradict their opinions. And I also want to point out that the rest. So don't, if it says 50% or 47%, don't think that the other half said that things are getting better. They're not. I'm really not here to share any good news. The other half said that things just haven't changed. I mean, there's maybe like 10% that saw some improvement, but generally speaking, it's getting worse, or it stayed the same. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some texture to these numbers. There is a much lower tolerance among adults for discussing contested issues or even facts. As the range of acceptable opinions narrows, there are fewer opportunities for students to try opinions out in a moderated environment of the classroom. And so they instead do these things in a jungle of social media. Students with different opinions hesitate to speak up because they don't want an argument. We have noticed a significant change in students' willingness to take leadership in social justice type courses or to join clubs. This is a serious problem for us, as we traditionally have many students doing volunteer and philanthropic activities. So basically, students don't have these dispositions that allow a classroom to be a respectful environment for dialogue. And then here are some of the repercussions. All right, so in terms of extremism, polarization, and hate, where are students getting these ideas? So we talked about Andrew Tate. Here he's coming back. We gave teachers a list of, I believe it was 15 influencers, online personalities from all walks of life. So it could have been on the left, on the right, some who were just not apolitical. So just a number of people who we know either from teachers or from students that are popular. And we wanted to see who comes up the most, like who do teachers recognize as personalities that come up the most in class. So overall, if we look at, and here I'm talking about Anglophone students, if we look at from grade 6 to grade 12, overall, number 1 is Mr. Beast, who you may or may not know for his philanthropic shenanigans. And Andrew Tate comes up second, close second. So Andrew Tate, if you are lucky enough not to know who he is a American-British kickboxer, now famous online personality who spreads just some of the most misogynistic ideas online, and is currently in Romania awaiting trial for human trafficking. So he came up second overall, but like I said, I'm not here to share good news. The older the students get, the more you see that Andrew Tate takes the lead over Mr. Beast. Yeah. So yeah, and more bad news. We looked at, for the Francophone teachers, well, those who teach Francophone. You have a question? Yeah, I don't have the division between male, female students. This because this is the perception of teachers. What comes up the most in class? So yeah, we don't know if it comes, although I can imagine it comes from where. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so for Francophone students, we were actually really hopeful and excited to. There was an open box, so we were hoping that maybe we'd learn about new online personalities for the Francophone communities. So Andrew Tate came up first for the Francophone students. So there's that. Okay. Now this is also related. which source do teachers think contribute the most to students encountering, like where do they think that the students are encountering these extremist conspiracy theories and views? Online video platforms is the most cited, and by that we mean YouTube and TikTok. The second and closest is other forms of social media, other platforms of social media. And finally, parents and family. I think some echo to what Michelle was saying earlier. The students are hearing that at home and they're bringing that into the classroom. All right. Now, again, we asked teachers to what extent do they think that some of these items facilitated the spread of extremism, rhetoric, and conspiracy theories. So again, misinformation on social media. Actually, teachers really put the finger on that. Like when we ask what's causing, what is spreading the problem, it was social media, misinformation in social media, way ahead of, for example, social and economic factors that may affect the student's life or their family's life, or political polarization or other types of factors. That's not to say that some teachers, and maybe most teachers just didn't define it with words, but at least some in their responses in the open boxes did make the connection between what is happening in a student's life, like their isolation, their economic situation, and the online world. So how the two kind of come and play together to create this awful environment. So I'm going to read you some more quotes. I taught a group of disaffected young men who would quote Andrew Tate's misogynistic beliefs and deem it to be acceptable. I know that these boys have struggled with personal relationships, school, and generally feeling a sense of purpose in the past few years. I understand how this echo chamber grows, but it is disconcerting. It comes from parents. Students are repeating and mimicking behavior that their parents. Parents are also being more aggressive about what is being taught, and they feel is inappropriate or against their beliefs. I am particularly concerned with a trend I'm noticing in young men who begin with weight training. They start looking for health information online and seem to slowly get exposed to extreme views, especially misogynistic ones. More students are believing factually inaccurate theories about health, science, etc., because they are not engaged with well-researched and nuanced media. So here we can see a need for media literacy. All right, still have time. So where can teachers turn to and what support do they have? So we asked some questions to see, do they have any support? So the first was to see if their school board or their school district had any clear policies to address some of these issues. So for example, if there was hateful symbols or slogans in their school property, or if students were using hateful rhetoric to promote harmful conspiracy theories, or if there was violence that came from polarization or extremist views. I believe it's about half of teachers said that their school had some form of policy around that. Half. But then it gets worse if you considered half to be good or bad. Teachers don't feel like there is the appropriate support staff around them or in the school or in the school district to help support with these kind of issues. I remember one of the things that was cited the most was about mental health. So they really lack any support in mental health for students. Now, we asked them, did you receive adequate training on issues related to extremism or polarization? I'm going to read you the numbers. 37% disagreed, and 40% strongly disagreed that they receive proper training. So there's that. And before I get to this slide, I am making actually good timing here. So, okay, before I get to this slide, I was going to share you something that we don't have a slide on, but it was in the report, and I found it particularly troubling. Is we asked teachers, so where do you get information, like where can you access information to help yourself or to help deal with the situation, like violence, extremism? And a large chunk of the teachers, I think it was 75%, said that it was by online searches. So they would just go home and Google things. It wasn't through information sent by school boards or their school districts or the ministries of education. It was just them going home and Googling what, I don't know, what do I do with this? I have this problem in my class. And I mean, you can see why that could be a problem, because this is an area that requires a certain level of expertise. And well, if you're not already deep into the field, well, how do you know that some resources are good? How can you tell the quality of the resources that you're finding online, right? If there's no one there to kind of guide you. So yeah, that was an issue. In terms of resources, so things that they could use and help them. We asked them about the challenges that they faced when they actually did get resources. One of them was that the resources were too complex, and too complex, meaning for their students to kind of absorb and use. Some said they didn't know where to look, and others said that it just didn't align with their curriculum. Now, I want to point out that sometimes these resources, these issues do align with curriculum, but not in direct ways. And teachers don't have time. Like, they don't have time to make those connections necessarily. It's a lot easier for them if resources make it clear. Like, you have to do this in your curriculum, and then here's a resource that will touch on that topic. So just things like that, I think, would be really, really helpful. This is the summary. I feel like some slides did not get copied over. Yes, but I can tell you, I'm sorry, I can't show you right now, but I can tell you off the top of my head. We also asked some questions about teachers' level of confidence in terms of dealing with this. We found that the teachers we surveyed, and I really want to stress that these were, for the most part, experienced teachers, felt relatively confident in their knowledge and ability to identify students who may be, expressing ideas, conspiracy theories, or extremist ideas. So their level of confidence was quite good. But what came up often was the lack of support. So yeah, as you could see, in terms of resources, trainings, teachers just don't have that. Now I just have like a summary of the findings. I don't know if you want me to repeat, but maybe if you have questions already, I'd be happy to start answering them now. So we can.
You know what I thought?
No?
would be
Yes.
useful?
Yeah.
it occurred to me that we don't know how many or if any Winnipeg or Manitoba teachers were represented here. And do you think we could take maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes to encourage some of our educator participants? What have you seen? This is alarming to me. We live in a little bubble world thinking, yet there's all sorts of crazy things going on in the world. Socialization, polarization, all those things are changing. But there's some naive Pollyanna part of me that has thought that, well, it's still okay because schools, the teachers are still doing it, but wow, apparently not. Could we hear from some of the people in the field? What are you seeing? What alarming? I want to use the word alarming. What alarming changes have you observed in your schools, your classrooms, your school divisions? Do we have a microphone? All right, to do that, and then you can.
Yeah, just a quick anecdote about something that happened in a more rural school. So a student printed out a whole bunch of Andrew Tate quotes, got to school really early in the morning, hung them up nice and high where no one could reach them, and no one in the building had ladder training. So they stayed up for quite a long time.
And I don't need to push the point, but for those who may not know Andrew Tate, can you give me some examples of the language that kids would have been exposed to? I know it might be awful, but like Dana
was saying earlier, just very misogynistic language. Yeah.
Thanks, Desiree. I'm Chris Hicks. I'm the chairperson of the Council of School Leaders. I can tell you that I was looking at the the summary and the fourth bullet there, the part that's bold typed about 2SLGBT. That's the only area I can tell you in the last 5 years where I have had any kind of extremist views to deal with. That seems to be the only one. And when I've confronted kids about it, their response has typically been, it's getting pushed on me, it's getting shoved in my face, and this is just backlash. If they just leave, I think there was something related to the traditional views. Maybe it was in Michelle's discussion. They feel segregated now. They don't feel like their views matter anymore, that it's somehow extreme. But that's been the only extremist situation I've ever had to deal with in school.
And just to clarify, Chris, I know you're representing in some parts coastal, but also your experiences. Is that what you've seen personally, or are you hearing that from your principal members?
Just personally.
Personally, okay. So it's not, you don't know whether that's widespread or not.
Well, I mean, I've had to deal with the announcements for the GSA meetings. Those posters and stuff have been ripped apart or ripped down or whatever, that kind of thing. I mean, I think we've all sort of had to deal with that a little bit, but almost exclusively gender issues.
So that resonates very much with our findings. This is the one kind of type of hate that came up the most and like in the most severe ways. I just want to point out that, again, this survey was done in October of last year. It slightly overlapped with October 7, but not enough time had passed for us to see the repercussions of that. So I would be curious if we did the similar survey this year, if the type of hate or the answers would be different.
Sorry to take up all the space, but I was just mentioning to Eric here, like even the Manitoba Teacher Society Twitter account. I mean, this isn't a definitive study, it's really just my perception, but I went back and looked at we don't get an awful lot of responses when we send out a tweet or whatever. But in cases where we have, let's just say they showcase the president, the vice president, and some executive members attending a pride parade, people will comment on that one. Mm-hmm. Or if they've attended or they've sent some notice about supporting members who are LGBTQ, there'll be comments on that, and they're often quite vile. Otherwise, nothing, right? Yeah.
Over here. Thank you.
I'd like to say something about the first bullet. We work in high school over here, and in the last few years, not as much this year or last year, but I would say 3-4 years ago, there was a huge push around Andrew Tate. The young men idolized this person, and it was very obvious as a female teacher. So, I mean, nothing here as an educator surprised us with the research, and we've been talking about it for years, where's the support, where's the training, what do we do about this, etc. But personally, I've seen that kind of taper down last year or so, and I don't know if it's because Andrew Tate's like banned from social media, but Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson have a cult following too. Seems to really resonate with young men and empower them. Some, not all, just some.
Hi, I'm Angie. I'm an early years teacher. The experience that I have, I mean, it looks different, I think, in elementary school, but this is our first year having a GSA at my school, and so that's still just kind of only just now hitting my school. But in the last couple of years, there's been some rumors, and I'm not sure if they're what substantiated, but parents asking to have their child removed from classrooms and placed in other classrooms. One of them was the teacher had a everyone is included poster on their door, and the teacher is a parent of a child who's trans. So we don't know for sure if that is why, but there's some thought around that and some discussion, which is very difficult. We've also in LRSD had challenges with some of our board meetings, and when I've brought that into my classroom and discussed that with my students, generally they've been opposed to that. They think, well, we voted for this person using civics, and this person has now, kind of said things online that's not, well, maybe they were believed to be in favor of that sort of thing. And then there's been rallies and things outside of our board meetings. And so I think that while it may still mainly be the adults, the comments that we've heard this morning about children being influenced by their parents, especially at a young age, and what does that look like going forward?
Hi, everybody. This has been really, not surprising, but really interesting. And I think we have a shared collective mission to work on. In Winnipeg School Division, we are definitely in all sorts of ways working through some of these challenges. I would say polarization right now is all of it, but thinking about polarization right now is a really critical thing that we are navigating, and trying to really build work around how do we have conversations, discussions, both in classrooms, but with parent groups and all sorts of organizations around really controversial and potentially sensitive topics, and really trying to wrap around this work, the building of a culture of empathy, compassion, love, use that word, all of those things. And it's the long game, I think, but yeah, right now, really heavily navigating some nuanced, complex, polarized conversations and discussions coming from all fronts. So yeah, we're excited to work with other people to think through some of those complications.
One at the back there, we haven't heard from Kevin.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed with the Winnipeg School Division. I'm always mindful when we look at survey results. In my experience, anyway, a lot of times surveys are colonial ways of gathering data and information. And I always think about whose voices are not reflected in the surveys, and also the tool itself. What are the questions we are asking from our participants, and what are their understanding and expertise around some of those areas? Because we look at all kinds of survey and all kinds of data. I think it's important that for us to be mindful that this is just a slice of that pie that everybody's looking at, and for us to be able to sit and conclude some of the things that we might be walking away from, I think it would be premature to look at this and say, well, these are the real issues. I don't want to undermine that there are issues, like Shelley mentioned, that there are tensions, there are possibilities for all kinds of conversations that are happening within the classrooms, within the communities. But I also want to address the concern that I have with survey itself, not knowing the questions that have been asked. And if you look at the demographics of teachers in general in Canada, who are the voices that are amplified? Who are the voices that are not amplified? So to me, I think there's a degree of cautious when we are upon drawing conclusions from things. Obviously, there are some of the concerns that live in different communities, but I just want to draw the attention to some of those concerns with surveys, and there's a danger in drawing some conclusions from those surveys as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I also want to note, for now, we don't have any like final conclusions really. This is really just a snapshot of a limited number of teachers. But one thing that we did notice was that there are, as you can assume, some large differences between of schools across the nation. So it would really be worth looking more in depth at individual schools or school districts, for example, because the relationships between students and teachers are very different from school to school. So I don't want to necessarily generalize. This is a snapshot of a particular group of classes. But it would definitely be worth doing some in-depth look at local and seeing the differences between local, different schools, rural, urban, across the country, and seeing how that's playing out. Yeah.
While I have the mic, since nobody took it from me, just one more thing. What I would really be interested in is looking at the parallel survey of our youth when it comes to some of these, because our youth are just amazing leaders in all areas, whether they're in elementary, early years, middle years, or senior years. I would love to know where they're standing with some of the survey questions that have been asked from the adults. Thank you. Somebody take this mic away.
It's like Kevin.
Okay. So just a couple. So I'm coming at this as a 23-year veteran social studies teacher. So I have seen in the past few years it become more difficult, and I've had issues of like our pride flag in our hallway has been taken down. Pride flag in my room has been taken down. But it's complex, right? Because I've also had, for example, an Indigenous student who shows up wearing "It's Okay to Be White" shirt. Right, so it's complicated, and I think this is part of what's reflected in the data here is that these conversations are getting more difficult to have, and some teachers are getting scared to have them. And so, and I know myself, in 20 years, I've always prioritized having these conversations because I truly believe that this is how we create a better democracy. But the discussion in my classes around the convoy was the first time I was scared to have those conversations, and so it's complicated, but we need to push through. We need to have these conversations. And just a couple other points coming from other aspects of what I do. I was lucky enough to be on the teacher panel at this presentation in Montreal at the Mega Week, and I thought one of the things that really struck me was that it was a room full of non-teachers. And those non-teachers were shocked by what they heard from teachers. And so my sort of point in saying this is that larger society needs to listen to teachers because that's where this stuff is happening. So events like this are great. Larger society needs to know what we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And the only other thing I wanted to just quickly mention, because I think it needs to be addressed, is this idea that is not, or I haven't heard yet, is about the parental rights movement and the danger that the parental rights movement poses, and I'm hoping that some of these organizations might be looking at that as well.
Maybe a last. Blossom?
Yeah, I think it's also important. We've talked about a lot of the forms of hate, but we can't discount the hate that's going on around religion and race right now as well. We see in our schools lots of uses of, swastikas still, derogatory language around Islamophobia. We see it in our policies. I feel like in some of our buildings, the policy for a student who's arriving from a European country versus the policies for students arriving from an African country are often very different in how those students are onboarded. And I think there's also an important distinction to make. And of course, our racialized students there's profiling that goes on. We hear these stories of, different institutions in our society and the profiling that these students face. But there's also differences in how our racialized students are treated, whether they were born here or whether they recently immigrated here. And I think sometimes in schools, we'll hear, we're not racist because X, Y, Z, but often that's referencing the racialized students who were born here and not necessarily, talk to the ones who, have arrived recently. It's a very different experience for those students, for sure.
Thank you. I was told to open now the floor to any general questions. So maybe if you have other questions about the survey, or I know you're waiting to. Did you want to share something, or?
No, I can phrase it as a question.
Go ahead.
Well, because what I'm thinking about is where in the curriculum is this currently addressed? This can't be an add-on. Fundamentally, where are we teaching conflict resolution and skills around dialogue and engagement? And there's so many resources out there. But the way we structure our subject teaching in schools is, my background as a teacher is health education. But I also now teach a lot about politics and social studies kind of topics, world issues, sustainability. But where are we teaching the skills that we're talking about? So I'm just concerned that this can't be an add-on, that the curriculum has to include developing student skills. We were just talking at our table early on. So I'm not sure if you've looked at the curriculum to see where we have included or not included the skills that students need to live in the complex world that we have.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it's a very important question, and I'm gonna shamelessly now quote our other report. We did another survey more recently to see how is civic education being taught across the country, and what is the situation, what is the experience of civic education teachers across the country. Again, don't have good news for you. It's not good, because essentially we put on the shoulders of teachers this weight of, our democracy relies on you, and it's up to you to help build the next generation of active, informed citizens, but we will give you no help to do that. So what happens with some of these things you mentioned, like conflict resolution, how do you build empathy, how do you learn the skills to have a constructive dialogue? Those are skills that are part of the curriculum, I think, across the board, so in all the provinces. They are considered essential, but they are not given a specific place necessarily. They're considered more interdisciplinary, or maybe there's another word for that, like across, all the fields. So what does that mean? Is that everyone is responsible for it, so therefore no one is responsible for it? And more than that, we usually expect civic education teachers or any sort of social science related teacher to kind of to do those to help students develop those skills, but we give them no support. So our more recent study on civic education teaching in Canada really showed the lack of support in terms of training and resources, and the lack of time, the lack of just priority that we give to social sciences in school. It's always like, well, do it if you have time. If you don't have time, well, it's okay. Like, but it's not okay. Again, the weight of our democracy is, we still put that on the teachers, on social science teachers for the most part, actually. So without the tools. Yeah, sorry. Is there any other question? Yes.
I just want to shamelessly promote Ethics Bowl Canada. And it's exactly about critical thinking. So, and it started in the States, but is now started here in Manitoba. And I know there's some schools here that, some participants here already that have gone through it, but it's about creating voices, and students are doing the research, students are presenting, and it's very powerful. I would have more to say, but I'll shut up.
Thank you. I think that's my time, folks. Okay, thank you.
As the former social studies consultant for the province, responsible for curriculum development K-12, I still lament the fact that it's critical, society thinks, to have grade 12 students be tested to know whether they can factor binomials, but nothing to do with social studies. And that the support, and that's the subject where it doesn't matter what your background or training is, you've got a spare for gym, you can teach social studies. And so thank you, Dana, for raising those points. It's really critical. So we're looking bang on time.
Yes.
Are we ready to connect?
Yes. So we'll just have a water break. And
Do we need one? Oh,
I mean,
are you ready to go?
Yeah, and can you give me 2 minutes?
Yes. Oh, sure.
Only 2 minutes.
Okay, to talk, you mean? Yes.
No, just wanted to thank Estelle because the room that we are sitting, it is the kind courtesy of Estelle to allow me to have it almost free, not 100% free, almost free. Thank you, Estelle. So on behalf of you, Ethics Bowl's excellent. The audience will have Member of Parliament coming very soon. He should be here. And before I switch to that part, my only request is that you have heard so many things, and we have a session exceptionally dedicated for you after 3:30 or 4 o'clock when we sit. So if you stay till then, we can listen and exchange more. But you must have noticed that we have less time because we have so many questions to discuss about. And on a final note, there is something called Active Club. So if you Google, you'll find this is extensive in Western countries in Europe and North America. So this comes from that notion of, Andrew Tate and all. So there are a lot of things there. And also, so we can discuss, if you need more information, we can discuss that. And if he has not come yet, one more quick point is that with regards to support, we have discussed many times that we need support for the teachers, particularly from all levels. Federal government, and especially this kind of activities, these are funded and all these things, but this fund ends because these are projects and they have to move on with other ideas. But so far, we don't see much enthusiasm in the province and in the city. And that is really frustrating for me in this project over 3.5 years now. And I've shared on many counts. And even for this event, we have reached out to both the levels of governments in Manitoba. Even our emails were, kind of not responded in time. And as you see, there is none here today. So we don't know how to really get these two levels of governments involved, because education is provincial matter, as you know. And whatever we are doing from federal government side in terms of awareness, workshop, etc., it has limitations. Unless these are supported by these two levels of government, these activities and what we are trying to discuss today is not going to go away. We can meet another 5 years down the road and we'll talk about the same things. Thank you.
Kaiser, is he with us? He's ready to go?
No, not yet.
Okay,
He's coming.
okay. Just one correction. I know we do have one representative from the Department of Education, Rob Fisher. You're here, but you're newly back to the Department of Education. I wonder, that was really lively and helpful and informative. Let's pick up where we dropped off with those observations and comments until we get Mr. Housefeather. Can I put you on the spot, Rob, and ask you from your perspective as a on again, off again, on again representative of the provincial government? Do we have the microphone somewhere? Can we give it to Rob, please? I see Rob, we're gonna hold your thought, Rob. Give us 30 seconds, Rob, because Anthony is there. Give us 30 seconds on. No? Yeah, give us 30 seconds.
I'll pass that on, Kaiser, to the government.
That's
I'm not sure
encouraging.
if I'm here in official capacity, but I work for the government now, and this is my second week, and so I'll tell them.
Great. Thank you. All right. I see him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Anthony. I now welcome Mr. Anthony Housefeather, an MP for Mount Royal. Welcome. Looking forward to your thoughts.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. It's a bit weird being here and seeing only myself and not seeing the room, but it's an honor and a pleasure to be with you to talk about anti-Semitism. In July, the Prime Minister named me as a special advisor on anti-Semitism and Jewish community issues. And it's something that is unusual. We've had a special envoy on anti-Semitism and Holocaust remembrance for about 5 years now. But the increase in anti-Semitism since October 7th of 2023 has been something that I don't think most Jewish Canadians, unless they lived through the 1930s, have seen in their lifetimes. And it's very scary, very disturbing. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why anti-Semitism should be a problem for all of us. I'll talk a little bit about what the major issues are that are facing Canada's Jewish community, what the solutions that I think exist are, and happy, I think, afterwards to take your questions if I'm allowed to. So the first thing is, because I imagine most people in the room are not Jewish, anti-Semitism should be an issue for everyone. Anti-Semitism is both a threat to our democracy and a national security issue. When you look at the biggest trope about Jews, which is that Jews control the world, and that trope exists on the far right and the far left, you end up in a situation where the vast majority of people who believe that trope don't believe in our democracy anymore, because they believe that no matter what the results of any election, Jews just control everything anyways. So you end up on both sides of the spectrum with people that start doubting our democracy and our constitutional order. You only need to look at the United States and the results of the 2020 election in the United States, where the majority of Republicans in the United States dispute the results of the fair and free election of 2020 and ignore the court judgments, one after the other, that upheld the results of the election, to see just how dangerous it is and how easy it is to turn a country against the truth and the norm. And conspiracies about Jews are the canary in the coal mine, because people who can be led to believe things about Jews can be led to believe things about every other ethnic group, every other minority group, every other majority group. So it's really dangerous when you have trope after trope after trope about Jews that is spread. And one of them is this conspiracy about Jews controlling the world that is truly a threat to our constitutional order. The second one, and the second issue, is anti-Semitism is used by Canada's enemies to spread discord in Canada. The same is true in the United States and other Western democracies. It serves the purpose of Russia. It serves the purpose of Iran to use social media and bot accounts to spread disinformation and to spread hate against Jews in Western societies. because the more we're arguing with one another, the more we have internal discord, the more easy it is for them to get away with whatever human rights violations and atrocities they themselves are perpetrating. The more eyes there are on anti-Semitism and splits in Canada, the less we pay attention to Russia's threats against Ukraine. The more they're able to divert attention to Israel and Gaza, the less we're paying attention to what Russia's doing in Ukraine. And the same is true with Iran. The more people are obsessed about Jews, the less we're paying attention to Iran and its terrorist proxies causing havoc in the Middle East and the human rights violations that are happening in Iran. And so I don't know if many of you know the statistic, but over 75% of anti-Semitic incidents start online. They may end up in the streets, but they start online. And a lot of the posts that start this anti-Semitism are not coming from domestic sources, the person down the street, the person in Vancouver, the person in Atlantic Canada. They're coming from foreign sources. And it's just important to be aware of that, which is one of the reasons that one of the most effective counters to anti-Semitism is trying to make social media companies respect their own rules and respect their own codes of conduct. Now, it doesn't mean that social media companies who are private entities can't have codes of conduct that allow for anti-Semitism on their platforms as long as it doesn't cross the line into illegal hate speech. But most of them don't allow it. And they need to have clear reporting requirements, and they need to have clear takedown requirements when a post violates their own codes of conduct, and a complaint process if they're not doing that. It's one of the reasons that in 2020, when we had a surge of anti-Semitism, but nothing like what we've had in the last year during the pandemic, that I worked with US Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Israeli Member of Parliament Mahal Cutler-Wunsch to set up a bipartisan international task force to deal with online anti-Semitism, to try to have coherent rules that are the same across the Western world, where we in our own countries would work together across party lines. We have new Democratic members of the task force and conservative members as well as liberal ones in Canada, Democrats and Republicans in the United States, Labour, Conservative and Liberal Democrat in the UK. We even have Scottish Nationalist in the UK, Labour and Liberal in Australia, etc., to try to come to some consensus and to try to have a leverage where we bring the social media companies to the table and get them to make improvements, as we did recently with both Meta and TikTok. And of course, I think most of you know, that's probably been a bit of a topic for discussion today, that the government has tabled legislation in Canada to deal with requirements on social media. And I think that is a very good step forward. What has changed since October the 7th? Well, for the Jewish community, what has changed is that you have a feeling of unsafety across Canada. You have had shots fired into Jewish schools. You've had Molotov cocktails thrown at buildings, including one that I was in, the Jewish Community Council in Montreal. Rachel Ben-Dayan, who's the member in the riding next to I&I, had done a meeting there last fall explaining how to apply for the Community Infrastructure Program, which is the program designed to pay for security at buildings of any religious community, any school, any community center that is threatened. And what we happened to perhaps foolishly post a picture on social media that we were in this building, we left, and then less than an hour later, a Molotov cocktail was tossed at the building. You have Jewish politicians across the country, across their political spectrum, that are getting death threats on a regular basis. And so when community members see their schools, their synagogues threatened, when they see demonstrations on our streets, literally all the time in big Canadian cities that go far beyond a call for a ceasefire in the Middle East, but they call for things like go back to Poland, go back to Iraq, the boycott of Jewish businesses. They scream slogans that call for the eradication of the state of Israel, They yell, Zionists are not wanted in this space, when all that Zionist means is that you believe that Israel has a right to exist. And over 90% of Canadian Jews are Zionists in the sense they believe Israel has a right to exist. It creates a very unsafe space for Canadian Jews. And that isn't to say that you don't have freedom of expression in Canada. You do. Until you cross the line into hate speech, you're allowed to say what you want, but it doesn't mean it should be condoned. It doesn't mean it shouldn't be condemned. And it doesn't mean that your freedom of speech has a right to trample the rights of others to exercise their rights to freedom of speech. For example, in March of this year, the Jewish community building in Montreal was surrounded by anti-Israel protesters, yelling horrible things, but more importantly, blocking access to the building and blocking exit from the building for a period of 3 hours. And this is happening continuously in different places where injunctions have not been secured or bylaws have not been adopted by the municipalities to set up safe spaces between schools and religious institutions and demonstrations. And this has created a great sense of fear where people are afraid to wear their Star of Davids, afraid to wear their skull caps. And I have many Jewish constituents that are telling me that they plan to move to the United States or plan to move to Panama or even to Israel, where there's a war going on because they feel unsafe in Canada. And this is a tragedy. It's a tragedy for this country that any community feels unsafe here, and including the Jewish community that's been a part of Canadian identity ever since before the country was founded. Jews have been part of the Montreal landscape since 1760. The Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in my riding was established in 1768. And that was one of the synagogues surrounded by demonstrators trying to block people from accessing that synagogue. So that is a real issue. University campuses. I moved to hold hearings in Parliament earlier this year on university campuses because there was such an environment where Jewish students felt unsafe because the rules of conduct of the university were not being enforced. People were not being disciplined for breaking codes of conduct. Encampments were being permitted that were in violation of university rules. And it was a terrible situation. I worked all summer with Deborah Lyons, our special envoy on anti-Semitism, to work with Universities Canada, to work with U15, to work with college and university administrations on a safe return to campus that said that universities needed to enforce rules, that Jews needed to be included in DEI programs, and there needed to be anti-Semitism training based on the IRA definition of anti-Semitism that has been adopted by Canada and by most provinces within Canada, including Ontario, Quebec, etc. And universities were responsive, I have to say. I was very pleased to see that universities took this situation seriously. Some of them have been really remarkable this year in setting up proper complaints processes that didn't exist last year, in terms of reminding professors that they cannot use their power of the pulpit to deprive students of their own rights. Meaning, if they have one worldview in classes, they shouldn't be talking about a war in Gaza in the math class or the chemistry class. That is not the appropriate place to have that discussion. And where they do have to have that discussion in other classes, human rights classes, etc., whatever the professor's views, they can't have students punished or made to feel uncomfortable in classes because they have opposing views. And universities have been better this year at enforcing that. So I'm optimistic that things will get better at universities. It's not gotten better at all universities, but it's getting better at many universities. But you do need mayors. I had a meeting this week with Valerie Plante, the mayor of Montreal. I'm trying to meet Mayor Chow in Toronto. You need mayors to tell police that they need to enforce the law, because if you're not enforcing the law, if you're letting people cross the line into hate speech and you're doing nothing, if you're letting people break windows on college campuses and not arresting them, if you're letting people lay siege to college buildings and doing nothing, you're creating a sense of unsafety, not only for Jews, but for many others in these locations. Right now in Montreal, and I'm sorry for talking so much about Montreal, but it's my hometown, You have daily demonstrations that go on until midnight at the Israeli consulate. But the Israeli consulate is located in a residential building and shopping center. What these demonstrators have done is made it impossible for the thousands of mostly elderly residents in those buildings to feel safe leaving their homes. They play loud music until midnight every night, meaning these people cannot sleep. And they're violating municipal bylaws on noise after a certain hour. You have businesses that are closing because people can't safely access businesses. And this is not the rule of law in Canada. This is a real problem. And what is even worse, I think, for the Jewish community and for all Canadians is by bringing foreign wars to Canadian soil and by dividing communities in Canada, this to me is a really, really serious problem where, you know, there's a right again to free speech, but it surpasses it with daily demonstrations that go on till midnight every night for months. It's a very big difference if you have one demonstration a year walking around, or you're in a park where you're not disturbing people. But what's happening now is laying siege to places and making so many people, you know, feel that this is not a safe space for Jews. And I know you're going to have a speaker that'll say it's fine to make people feel uncomfortable. I don't agree that it's fine on college campuses to make students feel uncomfortable and that they're hated every day. I don't agree with that at all. There's times and places for everything. And again, encampments that you have to walk by every day yelling things that you feel are hate directed at you, I as a student don't think it's fair to make me live that way. So I'm sure there'll be some robust discussion, and I'm happy to take lots and lots of questions. But I do have a couple of things that I do want to say are positive, and I think it's important for people in the room to know. One is we announced reforms to the security infrastructure program. Now, it doesn't solve the problem of anti-Semitism or anti-Black racism or anti-Indigenous or anti-gay. The security infrastructure program doesn't solve it because it doesn't take away the underlying causes. But we announced a couple of weeks ago $65 million, $16 million this year to help protect buildings in this country that belong to communities. And that means schools, that means all religious institutions, it means all community centers, it means office spaces for communities that are vulnerable. And we'll pay up to 70% of installing safer doors, safer windows, alarms, security guards at those buildings. And to me, that was one of my big priorities because, again, it doesn't solve the underlying question, but it makes people safer in buildings that they need to go to on a daily or weekly basis. And that to me was really important. The other thing that I think was really important that was announced this week was the listing of Samadoun as a terrorist organization by Canada and the United States. Samadoun has been glorifying the events of October the 7th. Samadoun has been sending money to a recognized terrorist organization, the PFLP. And Samadoun has been behind many of the demonstrations in Canada that have crossed the line into hate. And I think that action taken in conjunction by Canada and the United States this week was a really important step forward. So again, I know that there are many, many issues, but to me, the key issues again are, I hope everybody gets trained on anti-Semitism. I hope and that training is given by reputable Jewish organizations, because it's very easy for people to find an anti-Zionist organization that calls itself Jewish to say they're providing anti-Semitism training. Some labor unions are doing that right now. And that is representing a marginal fraction of the Jewish community. It does not represent any mainstream Jewish organization or mainstream Jewish voices. And so you're not getting a real anti-Semitism training by that group coming in, and it's just very, very problematic. If you are the person who is the DEI program person at your institution, if you are the person that is responsible for training, please go to a mainstream Jewish organization. Please come to the Special Envoy's office to find out how to get anti-Semitism training from organizations like the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal that specialize in this. But it is not okay to get anti-Semitism training from those who the Jewish community itself, by a vast majority, views as not representative. You wouldn't do this with any other community. So in any case, very happy to take any questions you have. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you have a great day at this program.
Can you hear me, Anthony? I'm Linda, the moderator. Good,
Yes,
great.
Linda, I hear
All
you
right,
perfectly.
great, excellent. I'm going to open the floor to questions. We have a mic floating around somewhere. Marianne? No? Okay. It's that awkward moment, Anthony, when people have questions but may not
I
want
know
to
if I
raise
were in the room, I would just point to somebody, but it's totally okay if people don't have questions. But if anybody does, don't
We have
hesitate.
one, actually. Chris, wait for the mic.
This is specific.
Can you hear Anthony?
No, could you repeat the question, Linda,
I will
after
do
you
that.
asked me?
I will do that.
Okay. The group that's protesting outside the Israeli consul or director, or whatever you said it was, in that shopping area and that residential area. Who is that?
Anthony, the speaker asked.
I'm allowed music until midnight.
That's okay. Just a question from the group. Who is the group that's protesting outside the Israeli consulate in Montreal? I think you talked about? The one playing loud music at midnight?
So again, that group is a group. I mean, it's a local group. I think it's organized by a group called Montrealers for Palestine, usually. But what it is it ends up being, as we know, you have people that infiltrate the demonstrations always that have their own agenda that aren't really tied to the agenda of the actual demonstration. You just have people who show up at every protest, and that's happening there. Which inflates the numbers and also has people that go way beyond what perhaps the group organizing the protests want. And the issue there is, right, you're having protests on a daily and nightly basis that are going until midnight, making loud noises and making it impossible to live in the area or access buildings in the area on a continuous basis. And that to me is problematic beyond what is being chanted in some cases, which is also problematic from a different perspective. But the main issue is, when you're going to be in a residential area, daily protest until midnight, there's a serious issue. Westmount has bylaws that say what the noise levels can be and what the hours of protest can be. And nobody's stopping people from protesting in the afternoon, but they shouldn't be doing it late at night in front of buildings largely occupied by seniors, making it impossible for them to sleep.
And I have to repeat, so keep it succinct. Is there a follow-up, Chris? Okay. Another question coming. Hang tight, Anthony.
I wanted to see if you would acknowledge, or if you think that the escalation in anti-Semitism is a backlash and reaction to Israelis' action in Gaza and the occupation in Gaza, and if you would put it in that context for us.
I'll try to repeat that, and if I don't
I
get
heard it.
Oh, you heard it? Oh, perfect.
I did.
Good.
She was very clear. I heard that microphone. So I think it's self-evident that the escalation of anti-Semitism is directly tied to the events in the Middle East. I think there's no doubt about it. But what is happening then, it makes it even worse, right? It means that Canada's Jewish community, that is not responsible for the actions of a foreign state, is being targeted because people don't like the actions of a foreign state. It is not okay to protest outside of Jewish schools and synagogues and Jewish community centers because you don't like the actions that are happening in Israel. This location that I talked about, where the Israeli consulate would be, is normally an appropriate location for that type of a demonstration. So would a government building be. But what I'm saying is there still has to be limits in terms of the time and the hours and the consistency that you're doing the demonstrations at. But 100%, what I would say is it's tied together. There's absolutely no doubt.
Follow up, Marianne? Was that sufficient for your concerns?
I wonder though the sense of powerlessness that those protesters feel, and I think it's the same as we saw with the escalation of protests with the convoy, is when people feel powerless to have a response, they're going to escalate their protest. And that's what we're talking about here at this forum, is how to de-escalate so that we don't get radicalization to violence. So I just think that it's important to recognize when there's a backlash and how do we de-escalate that in our communities.
Thank you. Anthony?
So I understand that. However, again, what you need to start from the premise of is that it is inappropriate to target Canadian Jews for the actions of Israel. In the same way, it would be inappropriate to target Canadian Palestinians for the actions of Hamas. If we don't start from that premise, then we're never going to have a meeting of the minds. If we're going to argue that it's okay to chant hateful things to Canadian Jews, like go back to Poland, and we're going to argue that that's okay and we want to de-escalate from that, we're never going to have a meeting of the minds, because that is rampant anti-Semitism directed against a group that has no power to control what is happening in the Middle East. And as we even know, demonstrations that are happening in Canadian soil are not going to change what is happening in the Middle East one way or another. We can make ourselves feel better, for sure, by demonstrating for a cause we believe in, but to believe somehow that these demonstrations in Canada are going to impact the actions of either Israel or Hamas is a far stretch. But they're perfectly appropriate to have, as long as you don't cross the line into hate against groups. And as long as you're having demonstrations outside of Jewish businesses calling for boycotts of Jewish businesses. You're having lists going around of Jewish businesses in Montreal and Toronto to boycott. And you're having people at the protests. Again, if people are screaming ceasefire, ceasefire, Israel, leave, stop bombing Gaza, Israel, these are okay. It's when you get into the anti-Semitic kind of stuff that you're really hitting a problem. And then is this de-escalation really the answer, or is it, hey guys, you've crossed a line? And I think, to be honest, people that get into anti-Semitism have crossed that line. Sorry, I'm very passionate about it.
Well, and I'm going to interject now, because I think you almost would think we'd orchestrated this, and this is a prime example of the kind of extreme polarization that we're living through in Canada now, and something that we haven't seen in a really, really long time. I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap soon, because we now have a speaker who was delayed. Dr. Cecile Rizzo is available for us now. So Anthony, I'm going to say thank you
so much for having me. And again, I'm very passionate about this.
No, thank you for your passion. It's appreciated.
Have a great day, everyone. Enjoy the conference. Thank you so much for having me.
It was a delight. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And Kauser, are we ready to turn it right over? This is our speaker that was supposed to be with us. I think she was first thing in the morning. You recognize that face from this morning? Can you hear me, Dr. Rizzo?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Yay.
Wonderful.
We've got about 15 minutes.
This is perfect.
Okay.
I'll try to share my screen, or do you want to present yourself on your side, my PowerPoint?
Share screen.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Cecile, share your screen so that you can control your slides.
Yes, good.
And then we'll work
okay.
Or if you want, I can try.
Oh, maybe try on your side, because the
right.
The sharing.
Okay.
Yes.
Then if you kindly stop. You stop. I'll try.
Okay. Let me jump in very rapidly. Sorry for this morning for not having been with you. I was interested to hear Mr. Hausfather comment, because addressing this issue, what is important among us is our capacity to have slightly different perspective. And I think this is important because it's not only the heart of democracy, but the heart of peace. I think, I wait for the PowerPoint, that for young people to feel they have a voice, they have agency, all things which decrease violence. They need to feel, for example, in the case of the Middle East, that they can make a difference in building peace. And that is important for them as it is important for all of us. Okay, so it's a bit what I wanted to show today through a number of examples in which we've worked in Quebec with schools. So the whole idea is school-involved action and interaction. So how can we help young people move toward democracy, toward having a voice and agency without falling into violence? Kaiser, are you able to Kaiser, are you able to put on the PowerPoint?
Almost.
Okay. So let me just begin without a PowerPoint while the PowerPoint goes on. The first point I wanted to touch with you is when we try to understand what's going on in our society, it's both worrisome and reassuring to look at history and to see this is not the first time it's happening, that we get polarized and that violence increases. Now, something are quite special about the period in which we're going through. And I think so it's important to see it has happened in the past. Usually when it happens, it's a period for at least a decade, so it's long. This is the good news is usually humans are able to get out of it after some time. But what is special about our situation now, which is important for our addressing that in schools? Do you have the PowerPoint now?
Yes.
Yes.
Just 2 seconds. Yes.
Oh, yes, go. Okay, next slide then. Yes, could you switch to the next slide?
Yeah, just PowerPoint is notorious.
Good. Again, move to next slide. Okay, so what I was alluding to in my introduction is the fact that we're going through what I call a perfect storm now. The fact that not only there is economic hardship and uncertainty, but also the fact that globalization presently is shattering some of the great narrative which were structuring humankind, the religious one, the national one, and even the gender one. You know, people say, okay, but we don't know anymore who's a man, who's a woman. And this identity confusion can lead to certain degrees of freedom, but can also lead to violence. This is well established in the literature. Now, what is new presently, if you compare to 1930, for example, where there was another storm, is the role of internet and social media, because this is transforming human communication, and this has a strong effect on youth socialization and mentalization processes. So the whole idea is that the virtual sphere is accelerating the increase in hate and glorification of what I call dystopic violence. Next slide, please. So if we think of climate change, for example, the fires, next slide. We have both eco-anxiety and people who are climato-sceptic, two faces of the same coin, two opposites which are dividing our society. Next slide. If we think in terms of gender roles, we have both the upsurge in Andrew Tate, so masculinist perspective, legitimizing violence against women. Next slide. And Barbie, with Ken, the idea is who wants to be a Ken? Men being depicted as if they were brainless and stupid. So you see, mainstream discourse can be part of the problem. Both sides have to critique themselves and to say, how do we contribute to polarized vision for our use of masculinity, where it's very difficult to define the kind of man you want to be. Next slide. Now, if we think of the Middle East conflict, and here you have three photos. One is Israel, the other Gaza, and the other is Lebanon. This war is having terrible and so painful consequences for all the Middle East and for all of us. This is a shame for mankind. Next slide. And the whole idea, and Mr. Housefather was talking about protest as being unsettling, as being disturbing our social space, and they are. But I would share with you that if there were no protests on both sides, but there are a lot of protests in front of what's happening in Palestine and Lebanon presently, I would be worried. If young people would be indifferent to the drama of our present world, I would be very worried, saying, what kind of world do we have? But the issue is, and we're going to see in school, how can we address that in school? So the idea is not to be partisan. You can be on one side, you can be on the other. How do we get to terms with that, with the fact that we all need to participate in building peace? And with that, I would disagree with Mr. Housewater. I think we can make a difference. It has been proven numerous times in history that, and more than ever, that international opinion and pressure can help build peace. Next slide. Okay. We also have presently what I call non-ideological violence, is glorification of violence in youth. And in fact, recent data that we have in Quebec High School show that this glorification of violence is what explains most of the variance in support for violent radicalization. So we, in violent extremism, violent radicalization, we often think ideologies are very important determinant of violence. Now, in young people, I mean, below 18, it's not the main determinant. The glorification of violence, kind of promoted through social media, is a much more important determinant of actual behaviors of violence. Next slide. Just an example of the trivialization of violence. This is Canadian data. You see from 2003 to 2024, the light blue line is young people. The support to violence, the fact to say violence is a good way to express the fact yourself, has switched from 13% to 36%. This is a whole Canada survey. So this glorification of violence is affecting all of the provinces, all of us, and it's quite important in what we try to address in school. Next slide. Okay, You're familiar, and I'm sure you talked a lot today about prevention space, so I won't go in detail about that. But today I wanted to talk about prevention in school because school are the key setting for community prevention for young people. Next slide. And when we think about prevention, and again, I will not go in detail into that, it's really important that support, giving people, young people, a voice and agency is much more important than trying to detect whose youth are vulnerable and at risk of violence. So as a clinician, as a child psychiatrist, I do both. I do secondary and tertiary prevention with youth who are vulnerable and want to do mass killings or shootings or whatever. But I think that supporting young people in schools to have more of a voice and more agency is a much more important public health endeavor. And I want to give you a couple of examples before closing my talk. Next slide. This is a mural which was done in Quebec City after the mosque shooting. It's clay. It has been done by school with young Quebecers of the Quebec City and the Muslim school in which most of the dads who were killed had their kids. It was in the museum. So it's the idea that prevention should begin by drawing community together, for example, to mourn, repair, and elaborate trauma when you have such dramatic events. Next slide. For example, I go very quickly of national local intervention in schools in Quebec. So global crisis response during the COVID pandemic and the Middle East war, local conflict around religion and trans and homophobia, and around racism and Nazi glorification. Next slide. I'll go on with the next slide again. We're going to switch rapidly. So we did a lot of work during the pandemic between the vax and anti-vax. I don't intend you to read the French, but just I want to insist on some of the principles who guide the work in school in order to mitigate the division between the vax and the anti-vax, with the fact that media discourse about the fact that the anti-vax were selfish, criminal, stupid were absolutely not helpful and were quite divisive. Next slide. So what were the intervention principles at that time? Represent respectfully the intergroup difference, the capacity to name and legitimate the associated emotions. There was a lot of anger, but a lot of anxiety also around COVID. Acknowledge a relational challenge. It was not easy, even in school team, to have the vax and anti-vax people come together or even dare to speak up. And then how do you facilitate and promote agency and restore trust through transparency and democratic communication? We'll see that those principles inspire also what is happening presently around the Middle East situation. Next slide. So during the Middle East situation, there was in a number of Quebec schools, universities, and colleges, a lot of censorship because people were afraid that things could go hateful. And now this censorship, which certainly in hate situation, directly violent situation is needed, was problematic if people felt silence and if they felt that the society was taking part in the conflict, that there was no neutrality. Next slide. So what did we do? Well, we intervened very rapidly after the 7th of October in all the schools of Quebec, all the principals, and these are kind of principal survey in which we asked, what do you observe? What do you do? and what are the strategies. And we had a lot of webinars with all these people to see what was happening and where should that go. What is important is that the tendency to control or securitize was very present, but people accepted after looking at the literature and talking about that it may not be the best thing to restore a positive and cohesive school climate. How did we restore school cohesion? Reaching out to parents from all communities, listening and reassuring. A lot of self-care for the staff. We're also divided and are still. Understanding the limit of double empathy. Presently, dialogue is often not possible. It doesn't mean respect cannot be fostered. And supporting young people need to express their solidarity through action, again, nonviolent action for victims on all sides. Next slide. I want to finish with two examples of other types of division in which we can promote action in this classroom. So we had a number of schools where there was homophobic and transphobic bullying in a school. And in some schools, it was promoted by groups of Muslim students who would say, it's against my religion. One of the ways in which we intervened in one of those schools was to foster a classroom discussion with an imam. And while the imam acknowledged that in Islam, homosexuality can be considered as a sin, he evoked the rule of respect of the other in Islam and the fact that you're not to judge your peers or the others, and certainly not to be violent. So you're not to judge the other. You may consider it as a sin. You don't have to impose that on the other. And the intervention was really useful in the class to decrease the bullying and kind of say, this, you cannot use your religion to bully others, but you can be respectful of your values and be respected within your values. There's not a set of values. We are a very diverse society. How can we live in peace around such sensitive issues as sexual orientation and gender identity? Next slide. Finally, I want to, leave you with a last example of a big school in which we intervened because there was a viral racist video. And the school staff team's silence was challenged by the adolescents. And we did a huge full training for the school, highlighted diversity position and classroom intervention, which revealed that the problem of racism was, in fact, it was a tip of the iceberg, the viral video. And what was interesting is that to contain emotions and make sure we change things, we use simultaneously artistic and verbal modalities. The whole idea is when you tell somebody you're racist, you may be right, but that may not change things in the right direction. Usually, accusation will provoke anger. The idea is not to cover up racism, but to see how do we address it in the community to bring forward a change around a better and a warmer school climate. So last slide is my conclusion. So I just want, and we won't have a lot of time to think this challenge with you. What are some of the problems of our model? We all speak about intersectionality. Now, intersectionality presently is more conflictual than cumulative. And we have to see that different people who are oppressed in Canada for different reasons may have a positive view on a number of issues, like gender, like racism, like religion, and others. The shadow of the detection risk assessment week. Schools want to do a lot of risk assessment, and that is usually leading to more violence. And finally, when my time is finished, if we want to push a systemic approach, how do we support the fact that youth critique of what's going on in our society and internationally can be legitimate, even if they may have different opinions, and they need to have a voice and to be able to. So how do we tame our fears toward youth voice to be able to welcome them in class settings? Thank you.
Dr. Rizzo, my only regret is that we didn't get to see you in person and hear you for a longer time and much more in depth. Your practical ideas, even though you are coming from somewhat of an academic perspective, there's so many practical ideas that I think I saw people taking notes, and I would love to just see you in person for a full day workshop on what you know and what you could share with us. Thank you. And thank you for bringing balance to that whole notion of polarization around the big issues that was precipitated by Dr. Housefeather's presentation too. So that was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, and really appreciate the wonderful introduction. And before I begin my remarks, I just want to acknowledge that I'm joining you today from Ottawa, which is on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. So I'm deeply honored to be joining you all today as part of Erim's Fall Conference. I'm glad you've had a chance to get some lunch. So you've had such an intensive morning. I managed to listen in a little bit and kind of get a sense of sort of the enormity of the very pertinent issues that you're exploring today. Extremism and Radicalization to Violence Prevention in Manitoba, or Erim, has been doing incredible work throughout the province to provide educators with the necessary resources to address extremism, social polarization, and increased levels of hate. So I don't need to tell any of you that this is really timely work, especially in the context that we find ourselves today. We know that there are economic challenges, there are housing shortages, there are different stresses and tensions within our society, rising political tensions, and all of these, amongst the various social challenges they present, they also lead to what we often see as scapegoating of various minority communities, or viewing people as the other. And so this ultimately fosters greater division, polarization, and really raises all of the really concerning issues that you have been grappling with today, and pose that threat to social cohesion that our young people, are finding themselves growing up in. So as Canada's Special Representative on Combating Islamophobia, I have seen firsthand how this growing division and polarization is impacting on Canada's Muslim communities, who make up about 5% of the country's population. Just under 2 million Canadians identify as Muslim in our country. And so, of course, talking about how various divisions and efforts to scapegoat and create the thought of us versus them, these really do relate to various communities, including ours. So I'm going to talk about, the importance of education, of empowering our young people, addressing the harmful stereotypes that we face, and promoting tolerance and understanding. Of course, as educators, really, and I think it was said through various presentations, and this, this is the main space, a crucial space where educators can model and build and foster those values of empathy, of understanding, of a welcoming of diversity of identities, of opinions, to create an inclusive environment where students can feel safe and valued. And so this work crosses across various jurisdictions. It addresses, students across the country are going to be facing similar issues. And so this type of forum is very, very crucial. And so I'm very glad to sort of have an opportunity to talk about it. Now, personally, I kind of appear here before you as being really a product of what I consider to have been a very positive experience with public education in Canada. Growing up here in Ottawa, I have very fond memories of opportunities that I was offered and provided with to share various aspects of my identity. So my parents immigrated from Egypt in the 1970s. I have an Egyptian identity. I obviously have a Muslim identity. I am a woman. I have so many, we all carry so many different identities, and we want to be able to bring our full selves forward. I was at a presentation at a school recently where one of the presenters talked about flowers and how we're all flowers. And if we don't get sufficient sunlight, sufficient water and sustenance, then even if part of that flower gets some of it, the rest of the flower can wilt. And so to that idea, I have very fond memories of, for example, being, at an elementary school here in Ottawa where, my school principal approached me as a fourth grader. I never forgot this conversation. And he said, Amira, would you and your peers who are Muslim like to present about your faith to the entire school? And there was like 5 of us in a school of about 150. I was a fourth grader, but I remember feeling, wow, what an opportunity. I remember feeling very positive about it, thinking, of course, that I'm an expert on everything as a fourth grader, but really seeing that as an opportunity to sort of shape my beginning of my thinking that what makes us different is something to be celebrated, something to be shared, not something to be hidden or suppressed. And it's something that I carried with me right through my teenage years. I attended a very multicultural high school, had a very vibrant multiculturalism club, for instance. And so again, lots of opportunity afforded to feel seen, to feel special for bringing together people of such a range of experiences. And really, honestly, never thinking that one day that I would ever face discrimination because of any aspect of my identity. I guess I was naive. And also never that I would have a role like this one, that's for sure. So I think that, as I grew up, it was actually when I decided in university that I wanted to start wearing the hijab was sort of actually the first time that I got hit with a little bit of negativity. And you might be surprised to know that negative reaction was actually from my own father. And I share this story quite often because it really, I think, creates that understanding of where I'm coming from on this work. He said to me, why would you wear the hijab? And this is before 9/11 even, but he said, why would you wear the hijab to have such an obvious marker of difference, where you can be very successful in the society, just go with the flow, and not create a potential barrier for yourself. And I remember telling him, back then that, if I can't explore my spirituality, wear whatever I want, and fully participate in a society like Canada's, then where on earth could I do that? I had really, really, really taken in that message that I received in school around multiculturalism. I call it, I drank the multiculturalism Kool-Aid. I really, really believed so and continue to believe that Canada is and must remain a place where people can bring their full selves to every space they enter. Now, of course, a few months after that, 9/11 happened, tragically, and all of a sudden, who I was, what this meant, what people perceived me as, completely changed. And it was through a very negative lens that suddenly my identity was being viewed. And that's how sort of my encounter with Islamophobia and hate over these many decades, I've watched and been involved in pushing back against these really dangerous narratives about Muslims and what our communities contribute or don't contribute, if you listen to the haters, and really seeing how global events continuously put our communities into a spotlight that no one asked for, create a pall of suspicion over us, over our kids, over all of us, and threaten our civil liberties. And so, just so we're on the same page, Islamophobia refers to the racism, the stereotypes, the prejudice, the fear or acts of hostility directed towards individual Muslims or followers of Islam in general. And this can lead to intolerance, racial profiling, and the viewing and treating of Muslims as a greater security threat. And so it's not new per se that there have been myths about our communities. They've existed for centuries. But since 9/11, they've become more and more entrenched in our society, and they have been fueled by a multi-million dollar, some will say billion-dollar industry that funds Islamophobic narratives. They fund Islamophobic films, think tanks, talking heads, and media that feed on these tropes of Muslims as violent, misogynistic, homophobic, and anti-Western. And all of this has caused division amongst our social fabric, as I mentioned, but also real risk and danger to our sense of well-being. And so just in the past year, we have already been seeing a drastic surge in Islamophobia in Canada, which has been also compounded by anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian hate and racism. And it's important to note, anti-Palestinian racism is distinct from Islamophobia in the ways that it manifests, but there are overlaps in which Islamophobic narratives are also added to understanding of Palestinian identities. And so while Palestinian communities consist of Muslims and Christians and other faith communities, you'll still see Islamophobia impacting on these communities, and anti-Palestinian racism also impacting on Muslims and their allies. According to the National Council of Canadian Muslims, a national nonprofit organization, there has been over 1,000% increase in incidents of Islamophobia since October 7th, even in the first few months. The Institute for Strategic Dialogue, which is a global research company, found a 422% increase in Islamophobic social media content online over that same time period. And that's, of course, left many within our communities feeling afraid and unsafe, particularly young people. And you heard a bit earlier about foreign interference. Well, we actually have seen since October 7th reports of foreign interference with an Israeli company engaging in Islamophobic campaign targeting civil society and politicians here in Canada as well. So as Canadians, we know firsthand the dangerous consequences that these sentiments can have and how they threaten peaceful and inclusive society. Very tragically, as many of you will recall, in 2017, 6 worshippers were killed at the Quebec City Mosque by a perpetrator who had consumed anti-Muslim narratives for quite some time. And according to his own testimony, we learned that it was indeed what he'd heard from people like former President Donald Trump, what he was seeing online, what he was hearing about Muslims that caused him to take such a criminal terrorist action to go and actually kill people. A few years later, in 2020 in Toronto, there was a volunteer caretaker who was standing in front of a Toronto mosque. This is during pandemic times, and someone came and attacked and stabbed him to death. And as many of you will recall, the tragic case of our London family, a family of 5 people in 2021 who were out on an evening walk and were deliberately hit by an individual who, again, was specifically looking for Muslims to kill that night. 4 of the family members were killed, and a young boy has since been orphaned. Now, many people don't realize that all of this means that Canada has the regrettable and heartbreaking distinction of having the highest number of deadly hate-motivated attacks against Muslims of any G7 country. So, with that image of what I have of Canada and what I try to hold, this is extremely heartbreaking. Deadly Islamophobia certainly has impacted our communities, in addition to the daily, everyday experiences of Islamophobia that our community members will share. We saw it documented in a past report on the issue of Islamophobia released by the Senate Committee on Human Rights last year. And so all of this speaks to the real threats that we have to the freedom to practice one's faith, which is a cornerstone of a healthy democracy and which is fundamental to our human rights. So when we think about the school environment now, and kind of shifting a little bit, while we know that there are positive examples, polarization, as you've been hearing all morning, continues to be a problem. And especially when we're seeing how global events are impacting us here at home. We have to remember that many of the young people in our classrooms, now that our classrooms are global representations of almost every country in the world, that young people who have direct ties or have lost loved ones in violence overseas are going to bring that with them into the classroom. And that is a mental health challenge that educators need to be aware of, as well as thinking about all that they're seeing online. So when we're thinking about all the tensions and hate that young people are exposed to, how are we supporting their ability to navigate these spaces when even for adults it's extremely difficult? Now, our office actually conducted over 24 interviews, formal interviews with young people across Canada to try to understand their experiences navigating this, in addition to all the stories I've been hearing throughout my engagements in communities across the country. And what we consistently hear over and over again is the exposure of young Muslims and Arabs and Palestinian members of our society to Islamophobia. They receive anti-Palestinian racism. They've seen censorship, as we heard from Madame Cécile Rousseau earlier, from peers as well as from, at times, educators and school administrators. So, for example, we've seen negative repercussions of students who are wearing a keffiyeh at school. We had a case here in Ottawa where a young boy on his online platform, where you have your little sort of image of that you want to put up, had put up a Palestinian flag that he was asked to remove, and the principal eventually had to apologize for the way that child was treated, to being prevented from even speaking about what is happening to their loved ones in Gaza, as well as young students talking about wanting to simply organize bake sales to help raise funds for humanitarian aid, being told that they're not allowed, or seeing outside community pressure against young people who want to stage walkouts, for example, as part of their right to exercise their free expression and to begin to understand what it means to live in a democracy. So I talked about the mental health impacts, which are significant, and they go even beyond those who are directly affected, but those who care and who are seeing images of young children, men and women being massacred on a daily basis, and who need the guidance from their teachers and a space to talk about what they are seeing and feeling. Silence does not mean peace. Silence does not mean that there's not a great deal of internal turmoil happening amongst our young people. And so how do we create the spaces in which they feel safe to talk about this and to process their emotions is extremely, extremely high priority. Also, we need to know that our young people are looking to adults to figure out how they freely exercise their charter rights and freedoms, and how they don't step into a space of hatred, that they ensure that whatever they are engaged in, that they are doing it respectfully. Now, educators know that young people want to talk about human rights. They want to talk about international humanitarian law as they're learning as appropriate according to their ages, whether it's school, college, university. And if our educational institutions are not a place where they're guided on how to have those conversations respectfully, then truly I think we'll be lost as a society, especially in this context. Now, educators have an immensely important role to play in preparing our future leaders, and communities are there to support our schools. So I want educators kind of, if there's one thing you take away from this, is that you're not alone, that there are community members, leaders, folks that are been doing work on these issues who want to work hand in glove with educators. Because frankly, it is a collective effort that we really need to work on together. Now, I want to say as well, we've seen impacts in different ways on not just the students, but families who are worried about how their young children are being excluded, ignored, or maligned, and feeling that their kids are not being given or afforded the same rights that other students may have. Now, the good news, and I always try to put a bit of good news in some of my presentations because it's important to recognize where there are positive efforts, is that now at least 3 school boards in Ontario have adopted board-wide strategies to combat Islamophobia and support Muslim students. So Peel, Toronto, and Thames Valley District School Boards. And I was just attending the first ever Muslim Identities Conference at the Durham District School Board earlier this month as part of their work to begin crafting their own strategy. And where you are in Manitoba, the provincial government is providing anti-Islamophobia toolkit for schools that was created in collaboration with communities. So that's very positive. There's also work underway to recognize anti-Palestinian racism, which is extremely important given how that form of discrimination is showing up, has always been showing up, but particularly in this past year. And furthermore, there's a real effort to provide proper information to students and their families about reasonable accommodations that can be provided, including ensuring students have a space to pray at school, for example, if they request it, and that they are having respectful conversations about how They bring their full identities to school while demonstrating mutual respect for all. And this again requires understanding that students are coming to school with a set of values that must be both respected and respectful. And so again, making sure that there is a open, positive space to explore all of this. Now, where does my role fit into this effort? I'll just very, very briefly, as I wrap up, just share with you how this all fits into my mandate. So I was appointed by the Prime Minister as Canada's first ever special representative on combating Islamophobia. It was a recommendation made by communities following the tragic killing of members of our London family in 2021. There was an Islamophobia summit. Over 100 recommendations were made to all levels of government, including the recommendation to create this office. I have an independent mandate. I'm responsible for providing independent and community-informed advice to the Prime Minister, cabinet ministers, and senior officials, as well as promoting education, which is why I'm here with you today, training and awareness on Islamophobia. Now, the Government of Canada has been working on the issue of racism and discrimination as a whole of society challenge and is taking various action to better support marginalized communities. And the vision is very simple, and I think it's one that we can all stand very easily behind. Canada must be a place where every Canadian, every person here can fully participate in our society, freely practicing or not practicing a faith, freely expressing their diverse identities without fear or discrimination or hate. Now, a few key accomplishments that I'll just highlight. So a couple of weeks ago, the Government of Canada launched its first ever action plan to combat hate, and this builds on a national anti-racism strategy. And all of this really is about empowering our local grassroots communities and organizations to build the capacity to address and create programs to address these issues. Our office just launched a digital toolkit. We did it for Islamic History Month this year as well as last. So if you visit our website, you'll find posters that can be downloaded and shared in schools to help celebrate the contributions of Muslims to Canada. This is the month to do it, all around the year as well, of course, but it is a very positive way of demonstrating, the good side of having diverse populations in which we have, members participating in every facet of our lives. And then, of course, online hate legislation, which you've heard a little bit about earlier, where there is right now an effort to pass legislation that will hopefully help ensure that online platforms are held accountable and stop the proliferation of hate. Finally, we're working on a number of other key resources, including a guide on combating Islamophobia for schools, institutions, workplaces. And if you don't want to miss that, please sign up for our newsletter, which is available on our website. So again, I'll just conclude by thanking Erim for inviting me to participate, thanking all of you for paying attention. I hope I can't see you, but I assume you're paying attention. I hope it's been helpful what I've been sharing with you. It's really is inspiring whenever I come to spaces like this, knowing how many people are out there in our communities working hard every day to promote the society that I grew up really loving and really wanting to continue to make more positive for our young people. And it is challenging, no doubt about it. There are new challenges that I didn't have growing up and many of you didn't either, but I believe that Canada's diversity remains our greatest strength, and we know deep down that there will always be more that unites us than divides us. So let's not give up on this work. Let's continue to do it. And merci beaucoup. I really appreciate all of your time, and I'll be happy to take some questions.
Great, thank you. I think we've got time for one or perhaps two quick questions. While we're waiting for a hand to go up, amazing inspiration, Amira. What a job you're doing. Thank you from Manitoba. I see a hand over here. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for sharing everything you did. My question is I'm an educator, and right now I'm feeling more than ever that there's a lot of the groups of people, people from the Gaza Strip, people from, or families from Israeli. I feel like there's lots of pain among the populations, and so when you have kids in your class, one from the Gaza Strip, or like family from the Gaza Strip, one from Israel, how do you? I'm sometimes like frozen as to we don't want to further traumatize these populations. but however we do want to heal, then I'm also thinking, how can we heal when there's still the conflict happening? So how would you what suggestions or what would you suggest, or what things can a school do to help with this?
I think that's such a brilliant question. And the question really relates not only to schools, quite honestly, it relates to all of our spaces, because for sure there's so much pain in this particular conflict, for sure, along with other conflicts around the world, where we have students in our classroom that, they're not only going home after school and, turning on the cartoon or whatever it is they're watching. They might be coming home to a family member who's, got the news on, and they're watching bombing happening in real time. Like, that is something I didn't grow up with. I can't imagine what that must be like. And I think what I've heard from my engagements with our communities and young people, it's just the acknowledgement that people are often looking for. Like, let's begin there. One of the things that we often hear is that educators, understandably, are very worried about, looking like they're taking someone's side, or looking that they are, more sympathetic to a community. That is, I can understand that, but I think what it is, it's just, as you said, that it is acknowledging that there's a lot of pain. So without taking sides, knowing that any loss of innocent life is heartbreaking, and we can all agree to that, right? That's part of our shared values. What are our shared values in a classroom, in a workplace? And, I think if there's a way that, schools can come up with strategies together. I really loved the presentation just before lunch, where you saw examples of bringing and creating that positive space to have that discourse. It's making sure that kids don't feel, number one, invisible in what they're going through, right? That they're able to know that their teacher, even if it's a comment like, "I hope you're doing okay. I know it's tough right now. I let me know if you need anything." That sometimes is all it takes, just to acknowledge that that they're going through a difficult time, versus, "I won't talk about this," or, "No, you can't have, this time," that exclusion. We are not going to address it. This class is, going to remain silent on what's happening. That can be very harmful. So I'm certainly not an educator the way that all of you are, and I think you'll have much better ideas than I do. But what I leave with you is just the ability to see all of your students and acknowledge what they're going through. I think that's just really important.
Thank you. Other questions? We still have about 5 minutes. Oh, go ahead, David. Can someone get the mic to David? Thank you.
Thanks for that inspiring contribution to this very important event. My question is, and I hope everyone in the room thinks about this as well, is there not a way where we can bring together everybody through youth for a world that is based on universal justice and based on universal kindness to each other as a basis for coexistence? And it seems to me that the future, in a time when we have the power to destroy civilization, let alone the human race, and are doing so on the path we're on, there's a huge need for hope. Is there a way that all faith groups and secular groups, humanitarian groups, educators can come together and envisage this different kind of world structured on that kind of global justice and security system?
No small task, Amira. What's your answer?
In 30 seconds, I'm sure. So no, I mean, it's such an important look. I mean, what I will say is, I have personally learned a lot from Indigenous communities in Canada. I've learned a lot about the journey of truth and reconciliation, in which, there's truth and there's reconciliation. And I think that might be able to help inform how we, as a human body, how do we talk truthfully about, as you said, sir, talk about injustice. We have to talk about injustice. We have to be able to name injustice. And then we have to be able to say, well, and how do we restore justice, and how do we restore, and how do we reconcile, right? So I think that look around. I've often heard this term, look for the peacemakers. So in our own communities, there will be people. So here in Ottawa, for example, I attended a presentation of a rabbi and a local Muslim leader. They've been doing presentations for the past several years where they go into schools and they talk about, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism together, just to model how they're friends and to address what is often seen as a religious conflict in the Middle East, which is not. It's actually a territorial conflict. It's often viewed as religion, but they demonstrate religions actually have universal values of brotherhood, sisterhood, of standing together. And so that's an example of looking for peacemakers in your own communities and helping them help you showcase those positive efforts that are underway all around us, and give our young people an opportunity. I think the challenge here is that there's still so much raw pain, and the pain is every day. Like the war is going on every single day still, and so the pain is raw, and that's difficult. And before I can start to listen to the other, I need to feel that I've been listened to. So in everyone's classroom, in everyone's school, like what space has been created, first and foremost, to make sure that each student, each group of students feel safe to be who they are first and foremost. Because if they don't feel safe first and foremost as to be who they are, it's very difficult then to engage in any truthful effort to reconcile with anyone else, because they don't feel the system has recognized all the facets of who they are, and that they feel that the system may even punish them for who they are and for what they say, because our kids will make mistakes in how they articulate themselves. They will say stupid stuff. I mean, thank God, cell phones weren't around when I was a teenager, right? Because we all said dumb stuff. And so if they say something stupid or hurtful, the educator has to be there to catch them, teach them, show them, and explain how they can express their feelings in a way that's respectful, right? This is your opportunity to help shape that better world. And it sounds so cheesy, but I so believe in it. Like, I so believe in the power that you all have. And sometimes you have to cut out the noise of the outside and just look at your classrooms, look at your schools as their own microcosms, and just create the best conditions in your spaces for success.
Well, excellent answer. Thank you. I'm going to humbly give you another example and perhaps answer David's question too. One of my roles at the Department of Education was the UNESCO Schools Coordinator, and we had a little mini project within there where 3 schools, El Hijra Islamic School, Brock Cordon Hebrew Immersion School, and St. Emile Catholic School used to get together with their grade 6 students quite regularly just to create community. And the most telling quote that I could share with you about how that worked, and the answer to your question, David, is giving kids opportunities to see how much we have in common. I just so happened to walk by this activity that had been going on. These grade 6 kids were all together for a whole day playing soccer, doing art, having lunch, doing things, being together. I just overheard what was clearly a boy from the Islamic school talking to a boy from the Hebrew school saying, "You play soccer too?" And that common ground that they found, it illustrated the power of opportunity to learn about our similarities. So Amira, thank you for your practical advice on that too. It's been wonderful having you. Thank you. And we're going to move on.
My pleasure. I'll do a quick plug I'll do a quick plug for a film that's coming out next week on CBC Gem. I was just at the launch of a documentary film called So You Want to Be a Muslim. And it was just launched in Ottawa this week. It's going to be on CBC Gem. So I invite, when I saw it, I was like, oh, great, my job is done. I'm just going to tell everybody to watch this film because it demonstrates the diversity of Muslim communities in Canada. So I just recommend that as a potential tool for depending on what grade you teach or in your school, but just to leave you with a potential resource that might be very useful for you all. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate to be here with you all.
Thank you. All right, so while we're getting set up for the next presentation, Adrian van der Valk is going to be talking with us, but we need to get her slide presentation set up. Let me draw your attention to, in your folders that you received this morning, there is an evaluation sheet.
Hello, everyone. I assume that you have all downloaded the toolkit and read it cover to cover and have it fully memorized by now. Yes? Yes? Okay, good. What good students. You know, teachers have a reputation for being very bad students. I don't know if you all know this or not, but I'm hoping that you will all prove the world wrong in that regard. So thank you so much for your patience. My name is Adrian van der Valk, and I have had the pleasure of supporting the project that we've all been talking about all day for the last several years. And I first met Kauser when he participated in a training related to this toolkit, the Confronting White Nationalism in Schools toolkit, which was first published by Western State Center in 2018. Now, in another time in our history, 2018, the difference between 2018 and 2024 would not seem quite as long as I think it seems now. Like 2018, so much has happened since then. So we have revised this toolkit multiple times, and we've also seen, unfortunately, a massively increased demand for these materials. And as we've heard over and over again today, the lack of support, the lack of training, the lack of materials, the lack of concrete evidence-based interventions that schools and educators are really crying out for obviously here in Canada, in the United States as well. There's a huge void there. And so we've been working really hard to fill that void. I just want to express my appreciation to Linda and Kauser and the whole team, and also to all of you for taking this issue so seriously, for being the voices in your school that are really willing to talk about these issues. You good? And hello to the folks that are watching online as well. So a little bit about Western State Center, which is the organization that I'm here representing today. We are a nonprofit organization based in the Pacific Northwest of the US, although we do work nationally. And as a result of this very successful collaboration, we now work internationally and hope to do more of that kind of work, because obviously none of this is happening in a vacuum. We're seeing very similar patterns where I live in California, in Oregon, where Western State Center is based, and obviously all of you are seeing this in your respective corners of the world. Western State Center is very much focused on democracy building at the local level. So what that means is we want to look at what works when it comes to movement building, and movement building can be happening around a variety of different issues. We want to look at who are the folks who really need to be in leadership positions, and what kind of training and resources and support do they need to be successful in those positions. We talk a lot about narrative shift. So how do we talk about these issues? What words do we use? What meaning do we ascribe to those words? So some of the topics that I'm going to cover today have been covered by previous speakers, but I'm going to be speaking about them through a slightly different lens. I'll be talking from the United States perspective. And, I'll be pointing out in places where we're using some language deliberately that's a little bit different from the language that you might typically hear when we're talking about these issues. And then finally, defending democracy, which feels like a really big job right now. So again, the stakes are very, very high. I don't think I have to make that case to anybody in this room. But ultimately, what Western State Center works for is an inclusive, we support inclusive democratic movements and societies rooted in justice and equity.
So who am I? I'm a senior fellow at Western State Center, and what that means basically is I do a lot of presentations like this. I talk to educators in a variety of different contexts. I actually don't present in person that often, so this is in a post-COVID world. It's very different to be in front of like warm bodies than to be kind of speaking to a screen, as I'm sure many of you can relate to. I also do a lot of technical assistance. So what that means is an educator has a student who is bringing, misogynist incel material into the classroom, and they want to know what to do about it. Or there's a principal that knows that there is far right activism happening in their town, and they're worried that there's recruitment happening at their school. What do they do about it? So they can call Western State Center. You can call Western State Center and talk to myself or our education coordinator, Jay Breslow, or one of our other many very talented folks. We are available to you. We want to support you. We're very willing to share what we've seen worked in a variety of different contexts. And of course, you will be the experts on what's going to work best in your context and your school and community. Prior to this, I worked at the Southern Poverty Law Center for many, many years. I also have a background in ed policy. But the thing that really got me into this issue was a job I had very early in my career. I lived in Eugene, Oregon, and I worked for a homeless and runaway youth shelter for several years. And at that time, and probably unfortunately still, there was a very active Nazi skinhead group in the Willamette Valley where Eugene is located. And what we were noticing was that many of the young men who availed themselves of our services, and these were really kids because the cutoff was 18. So these were, essentially teenagers, all teenagers, that they were being very heavily recruited by this group. And when you think about it, that makes a lot of sense. So these young men really had no family. They were not, for the most part, not attending school. They really had no sort of pro-social connections, keeping them connected, keeping them safe, reinforcing anything positive about their relationship. They were homeless, they were on the street. So the only feedback that they got from anyone was that they were unwanted. And so I had the opportunity to do some training with the local law enforcement agency, who was really an expert in far-right extremism and was able to really help me understand a lot more about what to look for, what the signs of recruitment were, and also how to make sure that our program, that organization and that shelter was a place where young people could create strong bonds, strong relationships, where they felt welcome, where they felt nurtured, where they felt like they belonged, because they just didn't have that anywhere else. So that was a very eye-opening experience for me, and it really set me on this path. And so I'm, again, very grateful to be here with you today. I know we had a land acknowledgement earlier, so I won't repeat that. But one thing that I do really like to always talk about when I do these presentations is reference this quote from Caitlin Curtis, where she talks about really the difference between just saying words that don't really have any meaning and not following them up with any kind of action versus, how do we live the values that land acknowledgements are designed to promote? And so for me, I actually live on an Indian reservation in Southern California. The Agua Caliente Band of Kuwait Indians owns the house that owns the land that my house sits on. So the tribe is very, very visible and very central to the community where I live. So wherever I go, I always look for that. I look for ways to really focus and find out how are Native people shaping the current society and the current cities that I visit and where we live. So we're not seeing Indigenous people, Native people as simply relics from history who lived a long time ago, that these are populations that are still very much alive, very much contributing, and very modern folks that we need to be really aware of wherever we go. So that's my contribution to the land acknowledgement conversation. All right, what are we doing here today in this beautiful museum? We're in a human rights setting, which I think is also a really beautiful place to be doing this work together. So I have 3 objectives for this time that I have with you. Number 1, I want to dig into not only how white nationalists and other anti-democracy groups are targeting schools, because I think you of all people are really, unfortunately, very well versed in that, but really look at why, kind of take a step back and think about ideologically, why would a group target a school? And I think if you haven't spent a lot of time with this issue, that might seem confusing. Like, why target a school where, like, you know, teachers are saints, little kids are innocent? What threat could they possibly have to our society? And unfortunately, in the view of many of these groups, the threat is very large. So we need to be really well versed in what that is if we're going to be effective at helping grow the resilience of our schools and protect these spaces from infiltration. The second is I want to talk a little bit about the trends that we're seeing in the United States. As I said, we'd all be very wise to make sure that we were, you know, having eyes and ears in the front and back of our heads and know, like, what is happening in other parts of the world, because none of this stuff is happening in isolation. And then the third, we're going to talk a bit about the key recommendations from this toolkit. They definitely overlap many of the recommendations in the ERIM toolkit, which is fantastic, but again, through a slightly different lens. So we're going to dig into that as well a little bit later. I already covered this. So let's just talk about what does it actually look like on the ground when we say that white nationalist groups and other anti-democracy groups, and I'll define that a little bit later, are attacking schools. So in the US, and I imagine to some degree this is true here, this is looking like a call for banning books, for being able to essentially, someone mentioned earlier the parents' rights movement, which has been very, very active in these calls for book bans, in these calls for removing certain materials and certain identity groups from the curriculum. It looks like attacks on LGBTQ plus inclusive symbols, so pride flags, everyone belongs signage, etc., and also pride events. It looks like public acts of intimidation. So what we see is at school board meetings, for example, folks showing up in paramilitary gear. We see folks showing up armed, visibly armed. So the rhetoric around that is that they are just, you know, they're defending themselves from the tyranny of the government. But I think everyone involved knows that when someone is showing up in fatigues with guns strapped to their hips, they are not there to defend themselves. They are there as a show of power and force and a threat of violence. School board takeovers, which I think, you know, we've talked about school boards a little bit so far today. How this has shown up in many of the communities who reach out to us is that far right, you know, ultra conservative school board members run on kind of unclear platforms as a tactic to essentially find their way into the school board and then reveal what their true agenda really is. And because many school board races go either uncontested or there's not a whole lot of public conversation about them, like people don't necessarily pay attention to school board races. So if that is the case, it really does open up an avenue for far-right groups to run their own candidates, and we're seeing this on city councils and library boards as well, and to really be stacking these you know, local democratic entities with folks whose beliefs do not represent the majority beliefs in the community. And so, you know, paying it more and more attention to that is something that we really recommend. Targeting of educators, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more later, calls to defund DEI teams and strip away DEI programming. A bullet point I didn't put on here, but that we've been seeing more and more is, are you all familiar with the Freedom of Information Act? You know what that is? Okay, so it's a piece of legislation that essentially allows anyone to put in a request for records from a public institution. So a lot of public schools that we work with are getting these nuisance Freedom of Information Act requests where they're being asked to supply so much, you know, email archives is one example, you know, examples of curriculum materials, and to the degree that the school is actually not staffed enough to respond to the numbers of requests. And so it becomes this massive burden on the school to be able to do that. Now, I think it's a bad faith request. I don't think anyone is all that interested in this material, although people do read the emails, unfortunately, and that can be a source of some real embarrassment for schools at times. But the reality is the reason for doing that is to be a nuisance and to be a burden to the school. I know we've had a little bit of discussion so far today. I'd like to hear your voices as much as possible as throughout the talk. So has anyone experienced any of these particular types of external attacks on your school or community, or have an example of this that you want to share?
There was I forget the exact name of it, the Million Child March or whatever it was called, and we had I know one school that I had friends who worked at, many children weren't shown for school that day.
And can you say more about what the?
It was attacks on LGBTQ+.
Okay, all right. So, anyone else have anything like that they want to, an example they want to share?
Some of our MPS folks, I know you probably know examples where there's been few attempts at school board takeovers. Some of the things she's done.
There's 2 or 3 going on right now, aren't there?
Yeah. Retail for Adrian?
Mountain View School District. I don't know how familiar you are with the area, but it's kind of north of Riding Mountain National Park. It's a big area. I think when did the presentation happen? There was a kind of a history revisionist presentation made. That's the polite way of putting it. At a school board meeting back in, I want to say, March or April-ish, springish, okay. And the response was quite vibrant, I'd say, that divided the school board. 4 of them left in protest, I want to say. When did they fire Stephen? Well, they fired their superintendent.
Oh,
and
okay.
Then sort of the rational side of the school board left. Now there's a bunch of by-elections happening right now, but the Minister of Education appointed a board to sort of babysit them, just to make sure that they're not violating any more of their own policies, or because it's getting quite ridiculous actually, some of the rhetoric, and it's caused a lot of strain in the communities and the schools. Teachers are really struggling with it right now.
Yeah, I can well imagine. And I think that it's really important to point out that the kind of stress and struggle and strain that you're talking about is a tactic. Like, exhausting educators, exhausting leaders is by design. So when you hear people, speaking so passionately about their feelings about the tyranny of the government, they may actually feel that way, but they have also been, specifically coached and trained to show up in a really aggressive manner, to show up in a manner that takes up a lot of space and feels intimidating and causes that kind of stress and strain, because then the more space you take up, the less space everyone else feels like they can take up. And that's why you see so many educators, unfortunately, leaving the profession. So that's you're going to hear me talk about taking up space a lot in this presentation. So you can bookmark that for later. So we just talked about this question. I do want to very briefly draw a distinction between the terms white nationalists, which is a term that Western State Center uses a lot, and white supremacy, which is a term that previous to this era, I think, was often used to reference the kind of activity that we now think of as white nationalist activity. And the reason I think that this is so important, that distinction is important to draw, is that white nationalism is a bigoted social movement with very specific political goals. White supremacy is essentially a system, and in the United States, like many colonial countries, our foundation is rooted in chattel slavery and indigenous genocide. And so all of the institutions that grew out of that foundation reflected those values. And now it is not necessary that we, someone who is white and living in the United States, actually, you don't even have to be white. Anyone who's living in the United States does not have to be expressing overt racial hatred to uphold systems of white supremacy, those systems that privilege white people and were designed to exclude people of color already exist. That's a self-perpetuating system. So if we're just kind of participating in that system and not pushing against it and not looking at the ways that it privileges us, we can be part of perpetuating that system without expressing overt racial hatred. So I think it's very important to draw that distinction, in part because we don't want to let ourselves off the hook and say, well, I'm not racist, so I don't have to, worry about white supremacy. That's those Nazi skinhead guys. That's the KKK. And that's just simply not the case. White nationalism grew from the soil of white supremacy. You cannot address one without addressing the other. And so it's really important that we're not distancing ourselves from the ways that white supremacy impacts our lives and the way that we do or do not uphold it. So the definition of white nationalism that Western State Center uses is that this is a bigoted social movement that seeks to build political power with the end goal of creating an all-white ethno-state. And I would add to that an all-white Christian ethno-state, because we're seeing Christian nationalism really on the rise as well, in very much entangled with white nationalism. And part of what I think to get back to the question of why target schools, it's because white nationalists really view young people as very important base building resources. They do not see them as individuals. They do not see them as people. They see them as numbers. They see them as likes on social media. They see them as votes for white nationalist policy agendas. And they see them as potential sources of boots on the ground and money in their pocket. So this is an exploitative relationship. I think it's really important to be very clear about that. And anywhere where young people spend time, you will find white nationalists there. You will find other anti-democratic groups there, because that base building is such an important part of their movement. They're very strategic. They're very good at using digital strategy, and they're very good at playing the long game, unfortunately. Other things to know about white nationalism, we think of this as being a bigoted racist movement, which it actually absolutely is. But depending on the group, you may see the groups trading more specifically or more in a more targeted way in anti-Blackness, in misogyny, which really does there's a massive misogyny through line through almost all anti-democratic organizing. Homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, and both anti-immigrant and anti-indigenous bigotry. So these folks are basically saying, I don't like anyone who was here before me, and I don't like anyone who came after me, like just me. That's their bracket. We talked a little bit earlier about anti-Semitism. I think that understanding the role of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories within the context of white nationalism is so important. And Michelle talked about this a little bit earlier today as well, that essentially part of the reason why conspiracy theories that aren't explicitly anti-Semitic are able to take root so kind of seemingly quickly and easily in our culture is because anti-Semitism has been around for, hundreds, if not thousands of years. So this is something that is also deeply rooted kind of in our psychology and in the way that we understand the world. This idea that there are shadowy figures in a smoke-filled room somewhere who are pulling the puppet strings, that is a concept that rears its head in a variety of different contexts and with a variety of different details, storytelling details surrounding it. Whether it's explicitly anti-Semitic or not, you usually don't have to scratch the surface too hard to find anti-Semitism. I mean, most of what QAnon peddles is a recycled version of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. So unfortunately, the fact that anti-Semitism is so widely accepted is part of the reason, I think, why it's sort of the Rosetta Stone of conspiracy theories is maybe a way to think about that. It's also really important to recognize that this idea of a melting pot where different cultures come together and live together and where we have like a pluralistic society is not a value for any of these groups. They in fact see multicultural democracy as a threat, and specifically a threat to white families. And so you'll hear this over and over again, this fear mongering around a white genocide or the idea of the Great Replacement theory, which also comes up over and over again throughout history. And the current version is that we have, in the United States anyway, you have Democratic leaders who are actively kind of quote unquote importing Black and brown immigrants because they think they're going to vote for Democrats, and that's how they're going to stay in power. And and by the way, the Jews are behind that too. So there's no evidence of any of this. This is just like completely like made up stuff that just gets, again, recycled over and over again. But the other thing that far right groups are really good at is message testing. So they'll go out and they'll say, okay, well, what about this? How does this sort of like fly in the social media universe or in the manosphere, and see, how do people react to that? And the fact of the matter is that fear of like losing a white majority tested really well. So we're really hammering on that. The other thing that unfortunately tested really well is anti-trans bigotry, which is, I think, probably not all that surprising when we think about the fact that most people don't think that they know trans people. They probably do, but they just don't know that they do. And most people have not necessarily had a lot of exposure to like a realistic, well-informed conversation about what being transgender really means. So it's an easy way to drum up some fear and to kind of incite a moral panic when people don't really have a lot of information. So that's kind of one of the most recent messages that has really taken hold. White nationalist policy goals, and again, the goal here is getting people in power. The goal is legislative effectiveness, reflect these bigoted ideas. One of the most well-known, what I would call white nationalist policy goals, was the Muslim ban during Donald Trump's first presidential, whatever that was. I'm sorry.
That's a disaster.
Okay. Okay, so anti-democracy. This is an anti-democracy group that's a term that I think does have maybe some overlap with the AGE terminology that Michelle was using earlier. I think this might be a little bit broader. I think it's important to talk about because as of January 6, 2021, what we saw in the US was some really what seemed at the time like strange bedfellows, like groups that all had kind of, pretty extreme beliefs or values, but were not necessarily previously associating or organizing with one another. And they especially were not associating or organizing with white nationalists. After January 6th, not so. Now it is this kind of like pick and choose, buffet ideology, groups that, you see groups like Moms for Liberty connecting with the Proud Boys and hiring Proud Boys to be their security at various protests. So you'll definitely see this through line, and the through line is to remove or limit rights of any person or group of people based on their race, gender, immigration status, religion, language, sexual orientation, or other immutable characteristics. Now, depending on the group, you might care more about one of these than another. Again, like with the anti-Semitism, a lot of anti-democracy groups are not explicitly racist, but you don't have to scratch the surface too hard to find that. But it's also true that more and more anti-democracy groups are, in fact, very attractive to, and in some case being led by people of color. So you're seeing this, you're seeing a much more kind of multiracial organizing within these groups than we've ever really seen before, which is also a tactic to be reaching out outside of strictly just white men. Undermining, disrupting, and attempting to discredit democratic institutions is very much the goal here, as are trying to undermine democratic values. So this is really an attempt to open the doors to authoritarianism. The idea that everybody should have a say in society is not a value that is held by many of these groups. And that's where the fear mongering comes in, because it's much, much easier to throw your support behind someone who is going to come across as like a big, strong savior if you have sowed a lot of fear about what, not having a big, strong savior in your leadership, in a leadership position is going to mean for you and your family, right? So this is where people are kind of willing to trade some of their rights in order to feel protected. And that, again, that's a tactic that we see over and over again. Again, threats of political violence, also a through line that we'll see in all of these groups. So, as we've, just to kind of wrap up this part of the presentation, why are these groups targeting schools? Well, public education is a pillar of a multicultural democratic society where all students have the opportunity to learn, and to not just learn, but to learn together with other kids so that they have those skills to be able to collaborate, to be able to share ideas, to be able to find common ground, because those are all things they're going to have to do once they leave school and do whatever they're going to do afterwards. These kinds of welcoming spaces are a threat to authoritarian goals. Most anti-democracy groups are anti-public education as well. They see education as the role of the family. We talked a little bit earlier about homeschooling, or the purview of the church. Defunding public schools is an explicit policy agenda. And this targeting of schools, very much like misogyny, very much like anti-Semitism, is a pretty strong through line that connects most of these groups. All right, so we already talked about what's happening in schools as far as external attacks on the institution or the people who work in the institution. I want to talk a little bit about what targeting students looks like. So this is a list of various tactics. It's certainly a non-exhaustive list, but I think it's really important to think about, what is it that young people are experiencing behind closed doors, online, when they're just in communication with each other and not with us. The more that we know what to look for, I think the more organically we're going to be able to intervene and have conversations about it. So the first tactic is on-ramping. Does anyone want to offer a definition of on-ramping or have an idea of what that looks like in this context? Yeah, exactly. It's very gradual. So what the tactic here is that someone who is trying to cultivate a relationship or capture hearts and minds, say like in a Discord chat room, for example, will probably start out with something that's like fairly low level, like a little like offensive to a degree, and that offensive is contextual. So that's going to depend on, on where you are. But so misogynistic jokes are very often the first step of an on-ramp, because for some reason we just accept that, where we don't accept many other forms of bigotry. So you start out by kind of setting the hook and saying, okay, well, are you going to respond to this joke? And then if the answer is yes, then you kind of have permission there to start upping the ante and revealing more and more and more extremist ideas as you are cultivating the relationship with the people that you're communicating with, right? And so as that relationship builds, the chances that someone is going to be like, ew, dude, I don't like that. This is totally uncool. I'm out of here, goes way, way, way down, because your social connection is going to, potentially feel more important than, living up to your personal values, right? And those values start to become subsumed. Scapegoating is something else we've talked about already today. So, we are living in tough times, and kids know it, and kids are stressed, right? They're not immune to the stress that we all feel. And so these are complicated issues that require complicated solutions. And if someone can come along and say to you, the fact that we have such high unemployment in our town, whose problem and whose fault that is? It's those people over there. That's a much more satisfying answer than, looking at the economic history of, or the way that, a manufacturer-based economy switched to a service-based economy and jobs are outsourced and blah, 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 blah. It's a lot simpler just to say, that's the solution. Okay, well then I'm against those people too. So scapegoating is another tactic that is, we see this over and over and over again. And it's, this is another thing that's happening with anti-trans rhetoric right now, really blaming trans people, calling them groomers, blaming them for kids feeling more comfortable exploring their gender identities now, and pointing at that as like somehow the downfall of society. Anytime that we see a group being targeted like that, it's very, very important to have that conversation with kids. Like, why do you think that is? And do you think that that's really realistic, that the smallest, least powerful, most marginalized people in our country are responsible for these huge social ills? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. So let's talk about that. Backlash. This refers to any time when a group is able to make some political strides or achieve some degree of success or visibility in society. And we saw this after the African American civil rights movement. I mean, that movement is ongoing, but after some of the major gains of the African American civil rights movement in the 1950s and 60s, and we saw more and more Black people taking positions of power, being able to finally amass wealth and buy houses, and kids attending school in places that were better resourced. And then we saw a tremendous backlash to that. And we actually, saw that's when white nationalism went whoop, and we saw, an enormous degree of fear and denial, and really an effort to push back on that. And this, you see this happen over and over again. It's certainly happening right now with LGBTQ plus rights. Rhetorical tactics, I'm going to talk more about this later, so I'll skip that one over. The one that I think you probably are all very, very painfully familiar with is using jokes, memes, GIFs, or GIFs, however you say that, in short videos, which are, very easy to share. You share them through text, you share them through Instagram, you share them through TikTok, you post them on YouTube, you share them with your friends, they go viral, and then just as quickly as they're there, they're gone. So it's kind of difficult to stay on top of those trends, especially when you're an adult who's not, on social media 24 hours a day. And what's difficult about this is that by embedding these hateful ideas in these really funny, appealing, bite-sized jokes, it gives kids essentially the option of plausible deniability, where they're saying like, oh, nobody takes that seriously. That's just a joke. And you don't get it because you're old, right? And so then that is like a very difficult conversation to have when kids are just not able to see the seriousness of it. And when you try to impart that, they're like, see, you have no sense of humor. So this is a really very difficult tactic to try to overcome. And then, of course, algorithms, which are not our friends. I would say, it's all difficult, but YouTube in particular is a you click the wrong thing on YouTube and you are like in a cesspool, right? And that is, my husband is like as liberal as they come, but he's like a middle-aged white man. And so YouTube is like, you like this, right? Come on, like you should be clicking. This is like what people you like. And he's just like, dude, no. And every once in a while he'll say, oh, okay, like what are these people trying to get me to look at? And then that's a bad idea. I watch it happen on his YouTube so quickly, and it's very disturbing. So kids who don't have an understanding of how algorithms work are extremely vulnerable to this. And this is sort of the ultimate example of on-ramping. So they might click on something that seems innocuous, they're just sort of curious about it, and suddenly they fall down this rabbit hole. All right, so a couple of the rhetorical tactics, and these are in your toolkit. So you'll be able to find this if you look at the table of contents here. There are so many of these. This is not an exhaustive list, and I'd like to, after we go through this slide, I'd like to hear from you some that you may have heard. But these are defenses of anti-democracy ideology or action or thinking that we hear all the time. So I used to live in the South in Alabama, where we had a lot of Confederate monuments, and there was a big push to remove those monuments. And what we would hear over and over again is celebrating the Confederacy is about pride, not prejudice, right? So that you're somehow interfering with my right to celebrate my history by trying to protect the African American people in the community from looking at like a guy on a pillar who literally wanted to enslave them forever. So that was one that we just heard over and over and over again. This is a free speech issue. So this just shows a very fundamental misunderstanding of what free speech is, that yes, we do have free speech in our countries, but that doesn't mean that you can say anything that you want in any context without any consequences. And it doesn't mean that you are able to use your free speech to make life so unbearable or uncomfortable for someone else that they can't function in their school setting or in their work setting or in their community. We need to listen to both sides. So this is that false equivalency argument. We hear this, unfortunately, a lot within the context of teaching about the Holocaust. If we're going to teach about the Holocaust, well, we have to give some airtime to the folks who don't believe that the Holocaust ever happened. No, we don't, because there's no evidence of that. And in fact, ceding that kind of space and airtime in our classrooms to an idea that has like no legitimacy whatsoever, I would really hate to think of what would happen in our schools if we just did that with like every single topic. So here's the facts, and here's some like imaginary version of the world where those facts aren't facts. Like that's not how teaching works. Racism is over. We heard this a lot in the US after Barack Obama was elected. Thank you. After Barack Obama was elected, people were like, oh, there you go. Black man in the White House. We don't have to worry about racism anymore. And then, of course, look what happened in the after Obama left office. What about reverse racism? So this is the idea now that, in fact, white people are the most oppressed people in society, and that this kind of goes, unfortunately, cracks the door open for that great replacement theory. This is kind of an onboarding idea that could eventually lead to this white genocide, fear-mongering. Schools must respect parental choice. I got to take a sip of water for this one. We want schools to be in partnership with families. I don't think any educator doesn't want that. They are the people who know their children the best, and they are the people who are the best equipped to kind of help create, break down the barrier, the artificial barrier that exists between home, school, and community, right? However, when parents are asking us to make changes in the school that will negatively affect the learning environment of other students, that's where we really have to draw the line. And unfortunately, so many of these parents' right groups, the blueprint is out there that essentially like you have to be as threatening and as nasty and as like in the face of the leadership as possible to get what you want, because that's that kind of that threat, that intimidation, that taking up of space, that exhausting of leaders is how we are going to take back the space in that school. So understanding that tactic and being prepared to essentially kind of strengthen ourselves against it is the key to pushing back against these parents' rights groups. And I know how difficult that is. That is much easier said than done. And it is something that I don't think that we have really cracked the code on. But that blueprint is out there. I think this is a place where we would do well to spend time kind of developing our own blueprint, and why I'm so glad to see so many of you in this room exchanging ideas now, because we need to be supporting one another in how do we do that? How do we take back our space in this way? And then, of course, it was just a joke, which we already spoke about. So I would like to just, again, open the floor. Have you heard any of these phrases, any of these defenses, either from your colleagues or from the folks in your community or from the kids in your classroom? And if so, which ones? And are there any others that you've heard, things that you found particularly difficult to counter when they come up? Here, I can go back here so you can. Anyone heard any of these or have anything that has come up in their classroom?
I was just thinking about all this from like an earlier perspective, and like when you were talking about how it can be easy for kids to kind of the scapegoat one that you were talking about. like kids, they're very black and white thinkers a lot of the time, and as soon as they think they understand something, like I had a student yesterday who told me magnetism is in your fingers because they touch or something. I was like, okay, I don't know if that's true. We're gonna move on. So sometimes when they think something is a certain way, that's okay, now I understand, I'm good, I can move on. And so if they do hear something where there is like a scapegoat situation of, it's their fault, it's easy for them to be like, well, it's their fault. So I could see how quickly ideas can be formed even in the youngest children because they weren't exposed to what does politics mean yet if they're 8. Like they just, okay, so the answer is this, then I'm gonna follow that because they don't know that it's more complex. So I can totally see where these ideas are coming in, and I think we touched on this earlier, but the parental rights movement and all of that is obviously at the forefront of a lot of Manitoba educators' minds, and probably across Canada and the US too.
Yeah, thank you. Any other examples? Yeah, and there's in the back there.
One of my new favorites is I get a pass. I get a pass because I have a black friend and he said I'm allowed to use the N-word. Or can I have a pass? Like we're buddies.
Oh, that's a good one. I might have to add that to this list. Yeah.
So I've done a lot of anti-racism workshops that I've presented, and I always get, but I grew up poor too, and I had hardship.
Yeah. Yeah, that is such a difficult one because you never want to minimize someone's lived experience, and it probably was very, very difficult for them. And, the only way that I've found to really respond to that is I'm sure that was very difficult for you, and I'm really happy that you didn't also have to experience racism on top of that, because you know how hard it was to be poor. Can you imagine dealing with both of those things at the same time? So just providing that acknowledgement, really listening. I think, we've heard the theme of listening and acknowledgement over and over and over again. And that's so hard when you're hearing something that fundamentally is really wrong, right? It feels bad. It feels like, well, I should just like shut this down, and just say, no, don't say that. And unfortunately, there's many skilled educators in this room. You know what that leads. It just leads to having no more influence, no more opportunity to engage that young person. So as I think, I'm someone who is very difficult for me to kind of control my face when people are saying like wild things to me. I'm just like, but I think in a classroom context, being able to kind of just stay calm and listen and then ask questions like, really, where did you hear that? How does that fit with, what I know you believe about this? I think just, we'll talk more about this later too, but I just really want to acknowledge how difficult that is. And that in most of these cases, kids are going to say really wild stuff, right? And some of it's going to be really unsettling and some of it's going to be jarring. And your reaction is going to be imperfect. There's no like perfect way to do it. There's really no way to prepare for any of these scenarios because they honestly are quickly changing all the time. But I think just keeping that open dialogue in mind and really and recognizing like, okay, how do I keep this conversation going without providing any more airtime to this very bad idea that's being talked about? And that's a difficult needle to thread, but you can do it, and you have people around you here to help and support you, and we are here to help and support you too. Okay, so we've already kind of belabored this point, I think, a little. You know where kids are hearing this stuff. I'm not someone who really wants to go around like demonizing the whole like universe of gaming. I think gaming can actually have really positive impacts for a lot of kids, but it is true that gaming chat rooms are places that white nationalists and other groups will target, particularly looking for kids who might be really lonely, might not have other social outlets, might be kind of the kids who are really pretty hard to like and connect with for a variety of reasons. and feel really bad about that. And so if they have someone, in their chat room who's paying attention to them and reinforcing that they think they're great and making them laugh, that's going to be a really appealing thing. Okay, I have a piece of audio here that I'm going to try to play. We'll see if Kowser's like, do not break my system. I think it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we produced a podcast at Western State Center a couple years ago called Schooling Bigotry. And I just wanted to play you a snippet of an interview that we did with a mom who, she and her husband found out that their daughter she was very active in gaming during the pandemic. And in fact, that was all she wanted to do. She was playing with the same group of kids over and over again. They were recording their gaming on YouTube. And it was getting to the point where it was like a little weird. Like she didn't want to hang out with the family anymore. She was entirely obsessed with this group. So they started watching these YouTube videos and finding some pretty unsettling stuff. And so then at this point, in the story, she and her husband have gotten alarmed, and they decide that they really need to talk to their daughter and kind of figure out more about what is so appealing about this, and what are you talking about on this platform. So hopefully this will work.
So we told her, you need to see what you're doing. And my husband read through some of the chats, and that's when we discovered there's a lot of inappropriate language, memes, images, and content which she deemed as jokes. So that was kind of how we discovered that was happening. It kind of devolved from gaming chat to this sort of, I think it was kind of a competition of sorts to post reactionary memes. And the other kids would be commenting on it, and it kind of like escalated, and they were all trying to sort of like come up with the funny or to get a reaction kind of memes. And there were things that we saw about Black people, about Hitler. Some of them were kind of violent in nature. There were pictures of bombs or guns or references to terrorists, and some actively racist and anti-Semitic ones too. So it kind of ran the gamut, and it was shocking that these kids were, seemingly not understanding what it was. They thought they were doing it in the context of like joking around, but it was really, really upsetting to us as parents to see that.
When Lisa and her husband confronted their daughter, she told them they were overreacting, but they continued pointing out specific examples of things they had seen that bothered them and tying that back to their core values as a family and what they had brought her up to stand for.
She was sort of like, well, I don't respond to that. I don't encourage it, and sometimes I'll say, not cool or whatever, but she wasn't really pushing back hard, and she certainly wasn't trying to shut it down.
What concerned them the most as parents is what we hear from a lot of educators we've spoken to. The jokes seem to be the norm within the group, and other members of the chat just accepted it because the community had become so important to them.
It was hard. I mean, there's not an easy answer. She's very distraught, and this was all tied up in the extra complexity of the pandemic, where she was not around other friends, and this had slowly become her only social outlet and her way to have fun and her way to connect and her way to kind of have an identity. To me, it seemed out of proportion, the level of distress that this was causing her, that we were saying, you may need to not do this anymore. It was really extreme. And that was also another kind of red flag that I was like, what is going on here? Like, why has this become so central to her well-being, I guess you could say. So I think that's important to know, because, I think your kid can be on a chat with friends and have a lot of other things and other ways of interacting. And that, I think that was part of the problematic nature of this for her, was just the context of not having that and this being such a central part of her life. It was just tense with our family. We kept talking about it. She had really stopped interacting with any of her other friends outside this group. So we kept sort of trying to connect with other kids, with family. We were trying to spend more time as a family. We started instituting family dinners and family meetings so that we could make sure we were checking in a lot more. Sometimes when you sit down with your kid, they feel like it's just a lecture and they're in trouble. And so we were trying to just create opportunities where we could get her out of her room.
Okay, so what did you hear in that clip, that both in terms of the circumstances that might have led to the problem and in terms of the family response? What stood out to you?
I just have been thinking about how this like relates to the grooming and things like that we that teachers have often been received PD on and all of that, how to teach kids to be safe online and all of that. And you know, I think still a lot of our content is around, oh, someone bad might ask you to send him a picture and things like that. And it's making me rethink when I'm teaching those lessons, what else could happen online that they probably wouldn't know about and that their parents probably wouldn't know about and that they need to learn.
Yeah. Well, and this mom said later in the interview, she says, was my child being recruited to white nationalism? Probably not. But the reality is that all the kids in that chat, their entire social life was essentially just exchanging these bigoted ideas. And that has an effect. I mean, that basically normalizes it to the point where if anybody did offer you that opportunity or did try to get you to do something really extreme, you'd be so much more susceptible to it, right? So I think the isolation piece of it, the fact that it became her only social outlet, and you know, this is a very skilled. This woman is a teacher. She actually was maybe in Kauser's cohort when we did this toolkit training. So she actually used these materials to intervene with her daughter. So what did you hear there? You heard, we try to, you know, connect you with a wider group of friends. We're trying to create more opportunities to spend time face-to-face with you as a family, right? To really up the opportunity to have organic, pro-social conversations and face-to-face experiences outside of this, you know, this little echo chamber of hatred.
Well, and then the anxiety of being taken away.
Yes.
Right? That's the other piece.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Just for those who are curious, what ended up happening in this situation is that the daughter finally was like, okay, mom, I'll say something. And so she like joined forces with there was one other girl, there were two of them in that group. And they decided that they were going to talk to the boys. And what happened was they were met with really violent, misogynist rhetoric from their people that they thought were their friends, and who essentially bullied them out of the group because of their, you know, basically asking them to be, to kind of tone down that rhetoric. And in fact, it was a really hard lesson for her, because then she realized like, wow, you know, these people were never really my friends to begin with. And in fact, the second I asked for any kind of real dialogue around what we were doing, that hatred got turned on me. So that was, you know, a hard lesson, but I think one that, you know, unfortunately is probably pretty common. All right, so anti-democracy organizing trends. I'm just going to go through this really quickly because I do want to get to some of the more interactive parts of what we're talking about today. And can I get a time check? I feel I've got 30 minutes left. Oh no. Okay. I'm going to just jam through this really quick then. Okay. So as many other speakers have talked about, since October 7th of last year, we've seen huge increase in both anti-Semitic and Islamophobic harassment. We've also seen a tremendous amount of pressure put on educators to not talk about the war in Gaza at all. This is a radioactive topic. And so much like, unfortunately, the 2016 and 2020 elections, when many educators just opted completely out of talking about it, this is another case where it's so risky that people just are not even going there. What we're also seeing is that young men of color and young women, mostly young white women specifically, are becoming increasingly enchanted by Christian nationalist ideas. And so this, the idea that this is only an issue that relates to young white men is just simply not true anymore. There is a very deliberate effort to draw young men of color into the misogynist incel movement. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with the sort of the online hashtag tradwife content that's out there, but there's a whole universe of young white women who post all the time about homesteading, having multiple children, submitting to their husbands, and how wonderful this life is. Unfortunately, there's also a parallel track of former trad wives who have been left by their husbands, have no money, no bank account, no resources, and no community because their church has also excluded them. So this is a real just something I think to be aware of when you're talking to young people, that this is no longer specific to just one group. As we've talked about, schools are being pressured to pull back their DEI efforts and downplay their support for LGBTQ plus students. We've already talked about January 6th. This is interesting. This is something that has come out of the monitoring that Western State Center does. So they spend a lot of time on hate group websites and social media platforms. And one of the tactics that is specifically related to schools is that these parents' rights groups and anti-democracy groups more broadly are being instructed not to go after the highest ranking person in the school or district, but to go after the highest ranking woman of color. Because the assumption is that she will have the least amount of support. And this is something that we actually do see play out in several instances that I've been involved in the United States, where an individual has just been relentlessly targeted, personally harassed, their families have been harassed, and the school is being inundated with complaints about this individual person. So to the point where, it just becomes unbearable, and then people very understandably decide to leave. Attacks on pride events. This is another thing that we're seeing an increase in just, threats leading up to pride events. Western State Center actually has a really great pride guide. So if you are interested, if you're involved in any pride events and you're interested in how to make those safer and more secure, that's on our website, or let me know. I'd be happy to send it to you. This is also interesting, and something that I learned recently. So Project 2025, which I'm sure many of you have heard of, this is a 900-page kind of fever dream manifesto put out by the Heritage Foundation about what another Trump administration could look like. There has been a tremendous amount of chatter from young influencers and just, young people in general, not necessarily influencers, on TikTok about Project 2025. So Gen Z is not here to play when it comes to this particular document. They're very knowledgeable about it. They've posted a lot of, and most of this is anti Project 2025, which I find very heartening. So they're real educated about it. They're really well-versed on the talking points and how to counter those talking points and why this is dangerous and why we all need to be aware of it. So I think this is a very important thing to recognize is, again, young people they're aware of these issues. They care about these issues. They want to have a voice in how these issues are dealt with in their school and community. Which is, again, why I think any effort to include student voices in our interventions is such an important step to take, because kids really are the experts in what it's like to go to school, and we very rarely ever ask them. Like, they probably have some really good ideas on what it would take to make their schools safer in this particular way. So how are we opening those lines of communication? All right, so we've already kind of talked about this. I'm going to jam through this as well, so we have time. If any of you want these slides, I'm more than happy to share them with you. So I did want to just draw your attention to one section of the toolkit called Proactive Steps, actually two sections, Proactive Steps and Best Practices. They're on page 34 and 35. And this is a very small section of the toolkit, but I think it's probably, if you read nothing else or share nothing else from this resource, I would very much encourage you to spend some time here, because as we know, once an incident has occurred or once kids are bringing these kinds of hateful messages into the classroom and that space has already kind of been taken up by these hateful ideas, it's a very difficult bell to unring, right? So if we can get out in front of it, if we can put some policies in place, put some culture building strategies in place, that can go a long way toward being able to create an environment, maybe not where incidents aren't going to happen. I think that would be unrealistic to think, but where we are much more empowered and equipped to recover when they do happen, to have restorative conversations when they do happen, and to bring the school community back together. So very briefly, oh, I didn't know this did this. Okay, cool. Assess your school policies. There's quite a bit of information about this in the toolkit. I think that Dana, in what you presented, that there were a large percentage of teachers who didn't necessarily know if there was a harassment policy at their school or know how to access it if there was. I hear this over, and that didn't surprise me. I hear this all the time. People say, yeah, I got the harassment policy when I was hired. I couldn't put my hands on it if I wanted to. Like, I have no idea where it is. I have no idea what it says. So how are the harassment policies made available? How are they reviewed? And do they cover things like identity-based bullying? And often they don't. So that looking at those policies and looking at how we can retool them to, again, strengthen the school and create more resilience against this kind of organizing is a really great tactic. Taking all claims of harassment seriously, increasing the visibility of symbols of diversity. I'll flip that around and say, immediately addressing any symbols of hatred, removing them right away, addressing that explicitly with the school community. Don't brush it under the rug. Don't leave it up there. Don't pretend it's not happening, because kids know about those, the swastika in the bathroom before anybody else does, right? And it will speak volumes to them if it's just left there or taken down and never talked about again. That sends the message that this is a school where we can put swastikas in the bathroom, right? I think it's a little bit manipulative, but when you're trying to make this case to your leadership, it doesn't help or it doesn't hurt to say things like, nobody wants to be known as the Nazi school, right? Like, you don't want kids going home and talking about this and then this becoming like a media thing. Do you, Principal so-and-so? No, you don't. So I think that, just recognizing that there are good internal and external relational reasons to really take care of these things and talk about them very explicitly when they're happening. One way to do this is to establish a culture and climate team. And I think part of what is so difficult is that educators are often, they're like on 13 different committees, 12 of them are not paid. They have, they're teaching more classes than they were last year. And they're also the soccer coach, right? Like, this is just a very, very tall order to say, oh, and by the way, can you also totally reshape our school climate? Thanks. So if you have a team of people, not necessarily the guidance counselor and not necessarily the disciplinary folks, but a dedicated team of people who are trained and who are really explicitly tasked with communicating the values of the school, creating conversations and relationships with kids that they might be a little bit worried about, right? Kids who don't have a lot of friends, maybe aren't well liked by their teachers, maybe they're not doing very well in school, something is not fantastic about their home life, they don't have a lot going on with extracurriculars. Those kids really, really need someone to reach out to them. And if we don't reach out to them, someone in a white nationalist or other kind of hate group would be happy to do that. I mean, we're essentially abandoning them to that kind of group if we're not making an effort to reach out to them. So a culture and climate team of folks who's really dedicated to that. So it sounds like, the psychosocial folks that your organization employs are doing kind of similar work, really, coming in. We have interventionists who come in. If a kid is having trouble with reading or with math, we need interventionists who can come in when the kid is having trouble with their social relationships. Let's see. I'm just going to zip through this because I do want to give you, how much time do I have left? Okay, all right, cool. So all these are in the toolkit. I'll just read through them really quickly. Keeping kids really central to the conversation, not getting distracted by, what we think parents want or what we think, the media is encouraging us to do. Incorporating digital literacy and critical thinking across all of our curriculum, as we've talked about already today. Not ignoring the incidents, keeping the lines of communication open. This kind of I talked about this earlier, finding a way to address the issue when it comes up so you're not ignoring it or just letting a bad or hateful idea hang out there in the ether, but addressing it in a way that, you don't have to have the conversation right in that moment, but following up with that kid and saying like, I was really surprised to hear you say that. Can we talk more about where you heard that or why you think that's true? Because that's not, that's not something I've heard you say before, and it just doesn't sound right to me. So you're having that dialogue. Okay, we are going to do a little bit of school-based scenario work now. So this is, again, not an exhaustive list of the kinds of incidents that happen in schools, but the toolkit addresses 5 different, I guess you could say, categories of scenarios. One is anonymous uses of hate symbols. So this would be the swastika in the bathroom example where you don't know who did it, but it's there and it's upsetting people. Jokes, memes, signs, and symbols. I don't think I have to elaborate on that. Signaling and citing white nationalist ideology. So this is, we've talked a lot about Andrew Tate today. This is when you maybe have a young person who's like quoting or citing Andrew Tate in their papers or in their persuasive arguments. By the way, if you do want a little bit of good news, you should Google Andrew Tate, Greta Thunberg, and find out why Andrew Tate is currently in exile. It's kind of a delightful story that will make your day. Recruitment and base building. So this is an example of if there is an outside group that is trying to get kids to join their ranks, or whether in person or online, or if kids are essentially trying to recruit each other, and then storming school board and banning books. This is that external influence, those anti-democracy groups trying to take up space and control what's happening in the school. All right, so what we're going to do is at your respective tables, I want you to each table, pick one of these 3 scenarios. So the first one, a local neo-Nazi has been seen handing out flyers on campus. So this would be an example of recruitment and base building. These racist flyers have been appearing on cars in front lawns of homes near the school as well. So there's a physical presence, recruitment presence there. Scenario 2, an anti-democracy group has threatened to protest your local library for holding a drag story hour event. Some community members think the event should be canceled. Scenario number 3, a student expresses a newfound interest in a podcaster who teaches listeners to be alpha males and believes women should be submissive to men. So think about which scenario. I'll put these back up in a minute. These are the discussion questions that we really encourage people to, or kind of the discussion points and consideration points that we encourage you to walk through whenever you have a scenario like this that pops up in your school. What should the most immediate response entail? Who are the people who are being most negatively affected? Who are the people who are being targeted or harmed? And how do we serve them first? What's the secondary response that needs to happen? What resources do we need? What challenges should we anticipate? And how can we use this scenario to inform future prevention efforts? All right, so here you have scenarios on one side, questions on another. I think we're going to take 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes to do this. Yeah, for them to, let's do 10 minutes. We'll do 10 minutes and then 5 minutes of share out. And then I think a big hook is going to come and drag me off the stage. So anyone have any questions about that? Okay, I look forward to hearing what you come up with. Well, I think my time is up. I want to thank you so much for your voices, your contributions, for all of the work that you do to keep your schools and your communities safe. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me, or you can contact me through Western State Center. Don't forget to download the toolkit. Thanks again, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Well done. Thank you so much for that really, really informative presentation. What a day. Wow. It's not over yet, folks. Here's what we have to the rest of the day. I think I'm not sure if I'm being easy on myself or on you, but we're going to wrap at 4 o'clock. I think it's in some ways, it's a bit of a challenging day. It's just almost a fire hose of information and ideas that we have to process. But I still do want to build in a little bit of time to do some chatting and feedback. So here's what we're going to do for the last hour. We're going to, in a moment, we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. And then we're going to come back, and Kauser has one more quick presentation. The message from Terry Duguid that we didn't get to hear this morning is going to work, I hope. And then I've got a question to pose to your table groups. A really simple question. You may want to start thinking about it over the break. What are some immediate actions or steps that you think need to be taken? Taken where? Well, wherever you happen to have your feet on the ground, your organization. That big idea. We want to hear some big ideas of where might our project go next? What do we need to do to make the world a better place for our students, our citizens, our world? That'll be the big question. I'll rephrase it again when we come back. But for now, let's take 10 minutes till about 10 after 3, grab a coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll come back to see Mr. Duguid's comment to us.
On behalf of the Government of Canada, I am honored to extend my warmest greetings to all participants at today's panel on building resilient communities, countering radicalization to violence, and empowering educators. Panels like this are vital because they provide a platform for much-needed dialogue on the challenges we face in today's world. Radicalization poses real risks to the safety and cohesion of our communities, and it's through open discussions, knowledge sharing, and collaborative efforts that we can develop effective, sustainable solutions. The work being done here is essential, not just for preventing violence, but for building a more inclusive and resilient society where everyone can feel safe. Today's event brings together a diverse group of experts, educators, and community leaders who are committed to addressing this urgent issue. Your shared insights and collaboration are key to preventing violent extremism and ensuring our schools and communities remain places of safety, inclusion, and respect. Education plays a vital role in fostering resilience among youth by equipping educators with the knowledge and tools they need to recognize and address early signs of radicalization. We empower them to be on the front lines of building stronger, more inclusive communities. Supporting our teachers means investing in a future where young people can thrive without fear of being drawn into dangerous ideologies. The Government of Canada is proud to support initiatives that focus on both preventing radicalization and promoting dialogue, diversity, and understanding. Through programs such as the Community Resilience Fund and partnerships with local organizations, we continue toward working and creating a Canada where everyone can feel secure and valued. Thank you to all the organizers and participants for your leadership and dedication to this cause. I wish you a productive and insightful discussion as you share ideas on how we can work together to protect and empower our communities.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid, wherever you are. That would have probably worked even better first thing in the morning, but it was nice of him to think of us. We had 2 extra items added to the agenda. They're quick. One of them is an expression of gratitude. Kauser?
Yes. Expression of gratitude to only a few.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back and rewind.
No, I mean expectation. I'm just lowering the expectation.
Well, he's just lowering expectations.
So we just wanted to express our gratitude, of course, to our visiting guests from US and Canada. But I had some trouble in the morning. I couldn't match all the 3 bags, similar bags. So one is a little different. And I don't know how to explain this difference, but I thought that it should go to our US friend and as an appeal from our side that stop fracking. So I'd just like to hand over to our speakers. Thank you so much, Michelle, for coming in.
Thank you so
much.
Thank you, Kauser.
Thank you. And yeah, no pun intended, but thank you so much. And these are the organizations we are looking forward to work very closely in the future, especially from our OPV group, because they're also trying to expand their operations here. So I hope we'll talk further. I'll talk to ED next week possibly, and especially from our US friend, because this is the only known group who which we have in the US actually does this kind. So this is the only group. And they do have webinars too, very educative webinars. So I have already posted one in our website with permission and all, but they will continue doing those webinars, I believe. And this is so similar to what we want to achieve here. So this is why we are also looking forward to build a partnership with Western states in the future. And finally, Civics is actually, again, a very unique organizations in Canada, which is dedicated towards supporting teachers. And they have so many tools and all these things. Although I wanted to translate the tools into French, and then referred me to one of our referees, but she's asking too much fund, so I couldn't do that possibly with this project, just so that you know.
Oh,
no worries. But we'll try in the next project. Thank you.
Round
Thank
two.
you so
Thank
much.
you. And it would be remiss of us to not take a moment to acknowledge where we are in this fantastic building. And to that point, Jérôme Marchaldon, who works here at the museum, is just going to take 2 minutes to describe things that will work here for this conversation. Thank you, Jérôme.
Thank you, Linda. And of course, welcome everyone and whoever is left. That this is a very important occasion and very important place to meet and have a dialogue like this. This is absolutely appropriate to have these kinds of dialogues here at the museum. But also it's a place that we can acquire knowledge and tell the stories, many stories that we have around the world about injustices and knowing how to act on it. And with that, I brought some brochures that are about labor rights is one. The other is on Indigenous rights. That's two. And the third one is on 2S LGBTQ plus rights. And these are simply like if you're self-guided through our galleries, and we have about 11 of them, that there are 5 different locations where you can learn about these rights, about these 3 different topics. So that's just an idea of how we can create ways of learning, ways of knowing, and ways of telling, and of course will lead to ways of acting and working towards reconciliation or working towards kindness, which is the human way and that's how we should behave. So thank you for all of you attending, and I appreciate you coming back. If you'd like to have more of these, or if you want my contact, then I'm available afterwards. Thank you.
All right, so we are dwindling in number, but bravo to those of you who have hung out and are still with us. What we'd like now is for you to reassemble into small groups. For those of you who are left individually at a table, maybe just scoot over to another group. And the big question is, what can be done? What needs to be done next? And I said that earlier. Whatever your point of view, your organization, wherever your boots are on the ground, what kind of steps need to be taken? Don't tell us what you're already doing, because that's in place, but what more either that you can do within your school division, your organization, or that we might even be able to do if we are lucky enough to get another grant. What are some big ideas that you can share with us about what has to happen to help just temper some of the extremism and radicalization and the marginalization and oppression and the polarization, all those things we've heard about today? What can we do? Make that the big question. Would you appoint one person from your table to take notes? And I'm going to ask for those notes when done. So write so I can read them. And that person can just do a brief, like 2-minute, however, report. So about 15 minutes to have that conversation. And then we'll get back together at about, time right now is 3:20?
It's 3:20.
3:20. So at about 3:35, 3:40, we'll get back together and just share big ideas. So make sure you've got a reporter, and I want those notes handed in after.
With the McGill, thanks. Talking about the joint presentations by religious leaders, I think that was really powerful. During Adrian's presentation, there was mention of these things that people say. And one of the sentences that we discussed was, well, it's against my religion.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of bringing in religious leaders to really talk about, what respect for others can look like, would be a really powerful tool, I think. French version of the resources. I mean, you alluded to some funding obstacles, but that would be important as well. We talked about some teachers who are already facing backlash and who are already facing violence for some of this work. So making sure that there are protocols in place for that, protections for those teachers, supports for those teachers. We talked about building time into the schedule for some of the work so that it doesn't have to be extracurricular, necessarily adding to a workload. So there was an example of a school that has their GSA scheduled during class time. And then also talking about ways of, the famous line of, well, it's not in the curriculum. Okay, well then let's talk about curriculum development. Let's talk about embedding the work into the curriculum. So those were some of the points we discussed.
If anyone's involved this year with the Department of Education, I know someone at that back table, I won't point fingers or name names about Kevin Lopak. I know Linda Connor is in the role that I used to be in, and that they're revising social studies curriculum this year. So there would be a really great opportunity to embed some of these principles and ideas. And I know that anti-racism is certainly going to be there. She's talked about that. I've heard that. So that's a great doorway into the bigger ideas, because it's not just anti-racism. Take it away, Angie.
Okay, so I'm Angie. I'm the president of MISTA, the Magical Social Sciences Teachers Association. So we've been working with Erim for a while now, and so I think that our board members, many of whom are here, we know the importance of this. But for us, it was really exciting that we had some other members who wanted to come out and learn more. And so what we really talked about is, how do we move forward with PD? How do we make sure that more members are able to access the information that we've been accessing through our PD Day, through the 2 PD we've done with both of you? And so we talked about keep inviting members. We also wanted to partner with you guys in bringing that background knowledge to those teachers. We also suggested spending some time on our time discussing the toolkit and the resource, and how we can not only be the ones who really know it well, but that we can support members in, first of all, knowing it exists, but also in implementing it and using it. And then the other thing we said is that, our journal is often, the articles are by teachers, and where can we go to those other groups so that we can get more voices being heard?
Even as you're saying that, I'm going to add an idea to your list.
Okay.
Well, imagine a journal dedicated to this topic, and having some of the folks, the guests we've had today, some of the speakers we've heard. Cecile Rousseau has those really amazing ideas, solutions. So that could be an entire journal, if not this year, next year, sometime.
Yeah, for sure.
So good thinking. Good. Done? That's.
Did you guys have anything you wanted to add? Sure. We kind of split in half, so
Okay.
there's a lot of us to talk about.
Right, thank you. All right.
And just on the matter of journal, I was about to reach out. I planned to reach out to you, but with all these things, I couldn't. But I opened, the mainstream journals like Springer and Routledge. So in Springer, I created, they call it editor group. So we are going to reach out to you to get your write-ups. So it will be published by Springer. So I'm the editor of that whole part. And within a month or two, I'll be ready with the circulation. So you will get emails invite from Springer International. And then you can submit peer reviewed, etc., etc. So it will be an international journal contributed mostly by Mr. teachers. Thank you.
That's awesome, thank
Wow.
you.
All right, can we go to the back? I'm not sure who's reporting. Marianne, I see you taking a deep breath.
No, Estelle. We want to listen from Estelle.
I'm busy.
Thanks. So we did a good go around and I got everyone's comments on here, but I think a theme that emerged was to engage youth, including young teachers or faculty of education students. Another theme was talking about the curriculum, and we also talked about the social studies curriculum being updated and really emphasizing the kind of democracy skills.
Sorry, just if we could pay attention to the report, thanks.
Mr. is excited.
You know, the civic skills. And Tammy really brought us around to looking at student services and the role of student services and resourcing the intervention when students are identified as having, going down that path at different ages and having a team, a resource team of people that can respond. And then in terms of the training, that was another thing. I think that is phase 2 of the Erim project, is to maybe there could be some community of practice, including maybe some of the other organizations that have been here from out of the province, to resource the facilitators that are going to do that in-servicing and build the group of teachers that feel they have the expertise in this area. So is that okay?
Great, thank you. We have a short report from the Department of Justice.
Alexandra.
Hello, hi. My name is Alexandra. I'm an investigator with Manitoba Justice. So a little bit of a different lens than the majority of you guys. At least from my perspective, something that would really help me in my job, maybe not necessarily in your guys's, is just to expand some of the legislation and laws to just like allow law enforcement to criminalize some of the online rhetoric that we're seeing. So not only to act as like a deterrent, hopefully for other people, but really kind of just put an emphasis on, you know, the things that people are saying online do have consequences. So that's kind of the thing that I experienced, and that would be a big thing I'd like to see in my own.
You were telling me how, talking just a bit about how so many MLAs and legislative people are being harassed. And I'm sure you've heard about that. That's true of federal MPs as well. Like the world has just changed. It really is not what it was 10 years ago. So thank you. Thank you for doing the report. Can we move to our final group over here, our group of teachers?
Rock, paper, scissors. I lost it. So our talks were focused on creating safe spaces for students in the schools. The conversation from Mira kind of resonated with us, make sure that all students have a chance to be heard, make sure that they have those safe spaces so that they need to be heard before we can address those radicalization views and to move forward that way. In those conversations, we also kind of noted that the diversity that we see in schools is reflective of our local communities. So finding those peacemakers that are in our communities to help bridge those gaps into the school community. So looking at ways to do that and having those be priorities for our student bodies.
I'd like to hope that you can find some time to dig into that document that you may have picked up, the what we were calling our resource kit. We Dr. Mark Cooley, I think it was, from University of Winnipeg, who gave us an article on the notion of not just safe spaces, but brave spaces. And it's worth investigating that idea. And just, you're asking for that. I really do recommend you dig into the document. You might find some things there that are already going to be helpful, already exist, and would be helpful to you. So thank you for that really good practical suggestion. Thanks. Other ideas from that table, or is that?
Just one more thing we also talked about is, you know, we talk about a lot of healing and reconciliation and talking about truth. There are Indigenous experts, elders, knowledge keepers who have been doing this work for generations. And the importance of them to be around the table to not only, as an educator, I want to have that practitioner to sit with me and lead me in that conversation. So for me, when we talk about our next action is that how do we bring Indigenous knowledge keepers, elders into our conversations to talk about some of these processes. Restorative practice is not a Western or colonial practice. It has been in existence in Indigenous communities for generations. So how do we bring the Indigenous perspective in what we do in our communities and what we do in our schools and so forth? So I open the door for inviting those voices who we know are valuable, who have experiences in all these, trauma-informed, marginalization, radicalization, all of that. So thank you.
Good. And let's not forget that many of the Indigenous kids in our communities are in fact marginalized, oppressed for all sorts of reasons, and are being recruited to gangs. So those street gangs are part of this big conversation as well. So thank you for raising that point. Someone to report? What am I missing? Thank you.
I have more of a question.
Sure.
So a lot of this is what are we gonna do, next steps, etc. I'm curious, does Erim have like outreach people who can come into the school and train staffs at PD events, or have some sort of like online modules with scenarios and to have small group discussions with us to kind of help facilitate that? Because we're not experts,
Right.
and reinventing it, all of us just reinventing it on our own is an enormous amount of work and seems kind of, I don't know what the right word is. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if Ottawa is still listening, but that would be phase 2 of our next project and exactly what needs to happen. Did we mention earlier that we're currently in conversations with the Manitoba Teachers Society to create a partnership between the two of us? And so you must know that especially Calgary has made great efforts to try to open doors at the Department of Education. But, given the climate of the last few years with our last government, they were just not quite as receptive as previous governments have been. And those doors are gradually being reopened. But at this point, we don't have that direct connection. In my experience as a Department of Ed person, there are 2 gateways into the school system. There are connecting with principals, superintendents, the people on the ground, the Teachers Society, or there's the Department of Education. And other than that, there really aren't a lot of ways in. External groups face those 2 walls. And so I find myself now in the position of being an external group and, trying to find ways to make those connections. And so it could be a long haul. I don't know if we're lucky and COUS are successful in another grant. Then that will decide what goes. But we've already got this good relationship with MISTA. So, we're opening doors social studies wise. Hopefully with Chris, with you now at COSO. I mean, I'm
way more open than the previous.
Who happens to be here, for those who don't know. So your point is well taken, our last speaker, that we know that we have the document already with great practical ideas in it. And the next step is that on-the-ground training, province-wide, system-wide kind of training. But to do that requires a huge amount of commitment from the department or from the various schools and divisions. So it's what we're working on as next steps. So thank you for raising that.
And just to add, yes, Linda is absolutely correct that we need resources because the whole project, as you see, we are very few people and we are kind of volunteer, semi-volunteer. So yes, in the next part, we are seeking extending this project for next 2 years. And this is the main thrust actually, to support you through workshops, tools, individuals talkings. However, informally, we are doing it. Tim Beak is a classic example. I went to his school 3 times so far, just to speak to a small group of, so if you reach out to us, we'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is, not dependent on the federal government's money, et cetera, but we are trying to do it little professionally. And as you see, Michelle is from OPV Edmonton. They are also trying to extend their activities here and with particular focus. So we are trying to, and that is why I requested her to come. So this kind of discussions going on, and hopefully we'll make some good progress so that it is formal, so that the moment you requisition, let's say you sign a form that I need a workshop for 10 people on December 17th, it is taken care of. Not that phone, can you come, can you not, all these things. So this is really going to happen. I'm very hopeful.
And do take advantage of Adrienne Vanderbock's offer from the Western State Center to use. She said to me, we're just finally now saying we're international because of this meeting. So
Yeah.
that's really, really neat too. All right, we're about to wrap up. Are there any final thoughts, comments, observations? No?
And if you again allow me, we are very happy that Director Indigenous Relations is with us. My former boss is very shy. He doesn't want to project himself, but the point I'm going to make is that since he's no more my boss, so the point is it's a good progress. He stayed all day. And sir, with regards to your particular comments, so I'm going to reach out to him. And this is again our next part, because we strongly believe that that component is also not kind of missing from our initial part. So I hope Director Indigenous Relations will commit something and let us know in the future. Is that all right, sir?
So on that note, I say go forth and multiply peace. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for the day.